plan for the lunch, so thanks for taking the time to be back here again. And as we proceed with our afternoon program, and we will start our afternoon program with a highlight lecture. Climate change is directly affecting our lives, and to combat and halt the adverse effects of climate change, prompt and coordinated action at international level is ongoing. In this highlight lecture, which is titled Operational Products and Services, we will learn how the European Union is aligning its climate strategy with the United Nations 2030 agenda, the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals. And with no further ado, I would like to give the word and introduce our speaker, Mr. Rodrigo da Costa, Executive Director of the European Union Agency for the Space Programme, or in short, USPA. And if you allow me shortly to introduce Mr. da Costa, in 2020, Rodrigo da Costa took up his duties as Executive Director of the European Union Agency for the Space Programme, USPA, which was formerly the European GNSS Agency, or GSA. Prior to this, he was the Galileo Service Program Manager at GSA. Before joining USPA, he held several senior project management, business development, and institutional key account management positions in the space industry in the areas of human spaceflight, explorations, launches, and R&D. Please help me to welcome on stage Mr. Rodrigo da Costa.
So thank you very much. Thank you to the IAF for inviting me today for this keynote lecture. Thank you also for the Norwegian Space Agency for the kind invite. It is really a pleasure to be here with you this beginning of afternoon, hopefully after a good lunch, to talk a little bit about operational products and services that we are bringing from the EU Space Programme to users, to companies, in general to the economy, in order to make our planet to improve sustainability. Before I go into the details, let me just maybe take a step back and explain to you briefly what is the EU Space Programme. The EU Space Programme has many activities. We are doing many things, actually with many partners. And the Space Programme brings all the activities of the European Union under one umbrella. So we have activities that have been there since a long time, such as the navigation activities. You certainly know Galileo, the European Global Navigation Positioning System, providing services since 2016, and today with more than 3.5 billion users worldwide. Here in Europe, we have the EGNOS service. EGNOS stands for, it's a regional service, it's an augmentation service, and it is actually directed to aviation, although we are having great utilization also in other areas with a direct impact in the climate domain. Then we have the Copernicus activities, the Union's Earth Observation Program, generating a lot of data from our world. It has been already mentioned many times in this conference in the last, this morning and yesterday. And then we have some new activities where the Union is starting to do work, secured communications, space situational awareness, more and more. Of course, it's important, and other areas such as fostering innovation, entrepreneurship, doing research, certification, standardization. So quite a lot going on in the Union in terms of space activities. There is also a new one to come. It's a little parenthesis that I do because recently, a little bit more than 2 months ago, there is a new regulation in place that mandates the creation of a new infrastructure, an infrastructure for resilient interconnectivity and security by satellite, the so-called IRIS². This is basically about secured connectivity by satellite. This is an activity that is now starting, and with these, in addition to other activities, the 3 pillars of the European Union's activities in space will be in the domains of navigation, telecommunications, and Earth observation. Now, obviously, at USPA, we do not do all of this alone. I think this is very important to highlight. We are the EU agency for the space program, but we work in partnership. And we work in very close partnership, certainly with the European Commission, with the stakeholders at European Union level. We work also very closely together with our trusted partners at the European Space Agency. And we work, of course, with industry, with academia, to bring this program and these activities to reality. And there, we do three main things. We exploit, we secure, we foster the market uptake. And it's actually on this second part that I will focus a little bit more, because this is where the relationship also with climate action actually comes. Maybe 2 words on exploitation. This is about service provision. So we are actually operating Galileo, and we are operating EGNOS. This is 24/7 operations, maintenance, improvement, etc., of these satellite-based capabilities. We are developing GovSatcom, and we are as well taking over space surveillance and tracking front desk as of July 2023, so later this year. As you can see, this part is very much service-oriented, so we are producing services to be used by users. The second element is that we secure. So security means actually 2 things. First means making sure that the systems, the satellites, are secure. So there is a lot of work on that, on the accreditation world, but also on the engineering world, making sure that they are protected from a cyber point of view, of course, also physically protected. We have many assets on ground, and in space. And then we have the other element, which is how do we make sure that the services and the data that we generate can be used by the security communities. So basically, we are a provider of governmental services, so services that governments can use for security, in the security domain. And by the way, I will also focus on that in 5 minutes or so. Last point, in terms of utilization, so we are fostering the utilization. As you can imagine, this is a massive investment of the European Union, and therefore, I think it is fair, logical, that people want to see the return. And the return comes in form of adoption. So we are doing a lot of market development activities, communications, user uptake-related activities. This we do for Galileo and EGNOS. It's also, as Christian mentioned in the introduction, where our heritage comes from. We are now fostering as well the commercial use of Copernicus, something that we do, of course, in complementarity to all the other actors involved in Copernicus, the so-called interested entities, and also on GovSatcom. From a policy point of view, and I think this is very important, everything that we do is very tightly and closely aligned with the priorities of the European Union. And the priorities of the European Union are first, of course, the priorities of its 27 member states. This is clear. But many of those priorities are actually world priorities. And I would start with the first, on which I think space has a very important contribute, which is the implementation of the Green Deal. The Green Deal is the European Union's response to climate change, and there space can really support in a wide variety of areas. We are talking of things such as more efficient transport, precision agriculture, better management of energy, implementation of smart cities, etc., where space is crucial. In my very modest opinion, I think it will be very difficult, if not impossible, to attain the Green Deal objectives without space data, without space services. So space is playing a fundamental role on this. We have the element of digital. Of course, the digitalization, transition to the digital age. Here, in particular, the element of uninterrupted high-capacity connectivity is crucial. The resilience of our economic sector through innovation. Resilience through innovation means making use of the ideas for new businesses, for new approaches that come from the entire sector, but in particular from startups, entrepreneurs, and making sure that they make their way until becoming products. And obviously as well the priority of a stronger Europe, and a Europe that is based on one hand the strategic autonomy and non-dependence, but at the same level based on international collaboration, which is a very important pillar. Now, making the link between all these things we do in space and in the EU space program, with one of the particular political priorities of the Union, the European Green Deal. The European Green Deal, of course, set a very important targets from a policy point of view, among them having a climate-neutral continent by mid of the decade, and that translates into a set of objectives. So they are concrete objectives to be implemented. Clean energy supply, greener buildings, a greener food system, reduction of CO2 in air and waste, to make sure that all this transition to the green economy remains just, remains inclusive. Of course, the target of achieving climate neutrality, making our industry cleaner, making our transport more sustainable, restore the ecosystems that have already been damaged, boost climate spending, and this is very important because with this we are creating a new economic dimension which will be fundamental to achieve the objectives, and of course continue fostering and continue pushing the key research and innovation that is going on. So all these are the objectives of the Green Deal. And most of them are relevant for space, and space can contribute to most of them. I'll not go through all the details of the slide, but for example, you have there a couple of examples. I like very much the one that is related to precision, to agriculture. One of the key challenges we have it in Europe, we have it around the world, is how do we make our agriculture more efficient? And efficiency, not necessarily from the point of view of more production, but efficiency in the sense of more sustainable. So when we look at precision agriculture is enabled by space. It's enabled by space, it's enabled certainly by Earth observation data that allows us to monitor the use of water, the use of fertilizers, etc., when to harvest, when to plant, etc. But it's also enabled by precise satellite navigation, because we want to make sure that when working a land, any tractor limits the numbers of double passes. Each double pass is, on the one hand, money, but it's also more use of fertilizers or worst use of water. Here, for example, as one of the achievements, we are quite proud to see that right now in the Union, 97% of all tractors, medium-sized and large tractors that are sold in the European Union, are equipped with EGNOS. You may remember or not, I've mentioned a few minutes ago that EGNOS was developed for aviation. Well, today the biggest user of EGNOS is actually the agricultural domain. And this is quite impressive, and this is very good, because this is making European agriculture more efficient, is also a key step for implementing the farm-to-fork policy that has been defined. Many other areas, many other examples. You have there some values in the screen, also, for example, in terms of clean energy on the planning, operations of renewable energy, the distribution of energy. Sometimes a very, very innovative approaches, like, for example, use drones to monitor solar farms or wind production devices, etc., etc. Now, let's look also at the business side of it, because I think it is important to keep in mind that behind all these applications, there are businesses. We at USPA look at the business, at the market with a certain regularity. More or less every second year, we publish something that we call the market report. I invite you to have a look at it. It's publicly available. And basically that market report identifies 17 market segments all across our economy, where space is of benefit and where space adds value. You have very diverse things there, obviously in the transport domain, roads, rail, aviation, but you also have things such as drones, you have agriculture, forestry, you have energy management, etc., etc. And you have three sectors that I would like to touch in the next slides of my presentation, which are related to the climate action. So the climate services, biodiversity, ecosystems and natural capital, and environmental monitoring. Because these are market segments. These are areas where business can be done, where value can be created, and at the same time, they help us to attain the objectives, the climate neutrality objectives that are incorporated in the Green Deal. We start with climate services. So here we are looking mostly at the type of users, institutional users. Yes, already some NGOs also looking at this. Here you have a prediction of the current market value. It's a little bit above 300 million euro, with a growth rate across the next years of about 50%. By the way, the value data is normalized to 2021 prices, so there is a real market growth of about 50%. And here you see that companies, businesses may have the opportunity to do business, to create value, to make revenues out of this sector by selling data, by selling services. And in particular in this area, more important than the data, are actually the services. The demand of this market is actually determined by the public sector. So we in the public sector, at the European Union level, at the national government level, we have an obligation as well to foster the development of this market. Second area, biodiversity, ecosystems, and natural capital. Here we are talking of things such as ecosystem management, ecosystem accounting, monitoring of water ecosystems, coastal ecosystems, etc. So also here you see a growth in the market of about 50% forecasted for the next decade. Also here, there is an important driver from the public sector, but as well, of course, NGOs play a very important role. Last but not least, the point of environmental monitoring, so monitoring the environment. This market is quite interesting, and to be very honest, is one that is quite difficult to predict. Because here, yes, we have a lot of work being done by public actors, governments, agencies, etc. But we start seeing appearing a very important customer, which are big corporations. Big corporations, they want to be socially corporate socially responsible. And therefore, they are more and more corporations and big companies that want to measure their impact, their environmental impact, and want to act about that. This is why, second part, we have prepared yet another report. You can have a look at that. It's called EU Space for Green Transformation. And the objective of this report is a little bit different. Here, on this report, we want to look at how we, in the European Union, how EU space can help companies to transit to the green economy. What tools, what capabilities, what type of data and services can be used by commercial companies out there that want to be socially responsible, that want to have a sustainable policies? How can they use EU space data in order to do that? There are several examples listed there, and basically they split into two main areas. First, many companies want to monitor their impact on the environment. So what is their impact in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, consumption of energy, etc., etc. And it's true, EU space data can help them on that. Then there is the next step, which is how can companies then use EU space data to mitigate their impact, to reduce their environmental footprint. And as you see also there, we have made some estimations of what is the potential that can be achieved in this market. Some of the highlights of the report, you will see in there ways on how, and also, by the way, best practices on how space data, EU space data, is being used in environmental, social and corporate governance performance of big companies, helping them achieve the green transformation. And this liaises back with many of the objectives of the Green Deal that I've mentioned before, but also with the one of a just and inclusive transition. Because we need to make sure that while we transit, at the same time, our economy continues to operate. Companies are finding this very, very important. And I can tell you also from personal discussions I've had with a number of them, companies want to be socially responsible and sustainable for many reasons. By the way, one of the reasons is to remain attractive employers, because young professionals, they want to work in sustainable companies. And I think this is very important, this is fundamental, that we have as well this drive coming from the general population. And as Christian mentioned in the introduction, we are also working with the United Nations, in particular with the NOSA. And we have published a very interesting report 5 years ago, 2018, if I'm not mistaken. And there we have looked at how space and the Sustainable Development Goals match, and to which of these goals can space actually help. So we have identified a few of them. I will not go into detail here because this is a little bit older data. I just want to use this to preview the new data that is coming. And the new data that is coming is a report that we are going to publish very, very soon. We are working on it for publication before the summer break, which is the link on how EU space can support the 8 billion world. And there, again, we are looking at things like precision farming, efficient transport, etc., etc., etc. So this one, there is no link because it still does not exist, but it will exist very soon, so stay tuned for this. All in all, yes, we have been using quite of some of our means to promote innovation, to promote entrepreneurship in many sectors, but also entrepreneurship and innovation that leads to development of innovative climate products, innovative climate applications. For that, we use our financing tools. So we have Horizon Europe as a very, very important financing tool. We are also using Cassini. Cassini is a program initiative, actually, to be more correct, set up by the European Commission to foster entrepreneurship. And there we are using Cassini with dedicated prizes in the domain of climate action, where we are seeing entrepreneurs, we are seeing startups coming up with ideas, with business cases that not only are good business cases, but also help us protect our environment. What's next? Well, a lot is next. This is just the beginning. There's a lot of work to be done as we move ahead. We are continuing with Horizon Europe. We are continuing with Cassini. There are calls coming up. We basically run these calls very regularly. And we are also doing our user consultation platform. These are the opportunities when we exchange with all those 17 user segments I've mentioned before. And we are also having concrete consultations with the user segment in the sectors that I've mentioned, related environment, biodiversity, climate and forestry session, and we are working on capacity building. So this concludes my presentation, and of course, I would be very glad and happy to take any questions you may have. I think there will be a microphone circulating, otherwise I have here a Slido in case there are any questions popping up. I have a good question coming up. It is for me, and then I think, Simonetta, you're going to get the same question afterwards. How is the relationship, interaction, cooperation with the European Space Agency working? It's an excellent question. It is working very well. I'm saying that, and Simonetta will say that, I think, just after that you will be speaking. It's working very well. I think it is indeed working very well. We have an agreement in place, all the paperwork that institutions need to work together, but I think there is, of course, much more than that. There is a clear role for the different actors and for the different institutions. I've mentioned a few of the things that we do. Now, these things that we do are not possible without the support and the work, the partnership with the European Space Agency. For example, look at Galileo. In Galileo, ESA is doing all the research and development work. They are building the satellite, they are building the ground segments. We are picking them up and we are operating. So in general, from my side, I can say the partnership is working very well, and I think, Simonetta, you will have the chance of picking up on that afterwards. Maybe any other question in the audience? Yeah? Yeah. There's many things come up on slide, this is the difficulty.
Yeah, so actually, thanks to funding from the Commission, we started an initiative called Eurospace Sub-Academy. This is training the space workforce, but also from universities which are not space universities. So how can we support you, your objectives, and how can you support us in extending that to really the needs of Europe to prepare us for this space revolution, and also addressing these services for climate and Earth observation?
Thank you very much for the question. I mean, indeed, training and education is crucial, it's fundamental. For us, we know about the topic for a long time, but only recently we got the capacity of working also on that. So we have created a EU Space Academy, we are starting to work on that. Right now it's very much directed still for entrepreneurship and startups, so we are helping entrepreneurs on things such as building their business case, connecting with venture capitalists, etc. So we are working on that. We are looking at extending that also to the security dimension, cybersecurity, etc., to allow exchanges, to allow knowledge sharing. And certainly is an area that we are looking to expand. So we are receptive to ideas and to proposals for collaboration. It's not something that is very old, but it's something that is very important. Maybe I'll take another slide unless there is a question in the room. How does Europe share and promote services to developing countries? It's a very important point. As I mentioned, collaboration and partnerships are crucial, and they are very key. And I think we are very happy to see that Galileo and GPS, for example, are interoperable, which basically means you can use both at the same time, but you can also use them independently if you want to or if you have to. We are very happy to see that also in the domain of Copernicus. There is a lot of international collaboration going on, data being provided, etc., etc. I can tell you that this is a topic of key attention for the European Commission. I'm not the right person to address the question directly, but I can tell you there is a lot of work being done. There is work being done in partnership with Africa. There is work being done in partnerships with South America, with partnerships in Asia. I will tell you an example that you may not know about because it's probably a little bit less known. We are partnering right now with the aviation community in Africa to see the possibility of creating in Africa an EGNOS-like system, so bringing the European capabilities, competencies, experiences also to Africa is one example, but there are many examples of collaboration. They appear, they disappear. Okay, there's a new one here. Following on from monitoring and footprint reduction, how can companies be actively encouraged to contribute to initiatives to drive broader climate action? It's a very good question. I will tell you my views on that. Certainly by rules and regulations, it's always a mean, and there are rules and regulations either made or in the making. For example, the so-called Euro 5, Euro 6, Euro 7 regulations for the automotive industry. But there are many rules and regulations that can create the impulse. Second, there is a very important role of the society. I've cited an example. Companies, big companies, in many fields, in the oil and gas, in the transport industry, are starting to think, how am I going to recruit my employees of the future? And how am I going to be an attractive employer? And in order to be an attractive employer, I need to be a sustainable company. So there is social pressure also associated to that. And then there is real economic benefit. And I think we need to make out of this also an economic benefit, because the objective of creating profits and revenues will be an encouragement to companies. Certainly, coming back to the example I've cited, not to create too many examples, coming back to the example on agriculture, if by using satellite data, I can be at the same time more sustainable, because I use better the water I have, I use less fertilizers, for example. But at the same time, I can save in the time I use to work my land. Then there is a conjunction of economic benefit together with sustainability benefits. So I think there are the three, I would mention the three elements: the regulatory part, the social pressure, and the economic attractiveness. Any other question? So I have a question. How do you involve citizens around your activities, especially about climate change? This is something, by the way, we don't do alone. And I think there is very important to coordinate the communication capabilities that we have. We have an excellent coordination with the European Space Agency, with the European Commission as well, because only by bringing many voices together, we can actually reach the general public. It was mentioned yesterday in another talk. I actually share with that. I think in general in the space world we still need to boost our communication capabilities in order to be able of not communicating to ourselves. We are all convinced, but we need to communicate to the general public. And I think there is fundamental to communicate about the benefits. And I think with this I will close because I have a big red thing coming up here. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Rodrigo. Thank you very much. This was really indeed exciting, and yeah, we are very well in time.
Thank you very much.
We need to bring up a few more tables here to set the scene for our next plenary. So bear with us for a few seconds. As we move into our next plenary. Constance? So I think we are set. Ladies and gentlemen, when talking about Earth observation for climate action, space agencies play a really pivotal role. And our next plenary session, titled Progress on Measuring Critical Climate Variables and What More Needs to Be Done, will feature Earth observation leaders from space agencies around the globe and will discuss progress today and crucial needs for the future. And to moderate this session, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Karen Saint-Germain, Earth Science Division Director at NASA.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Wonderful. All right. Can you all hear me? How's the sound? Good? All right. Great. Thank you all so much for joining us here this afternoon. We are going to try to take you on a journey. As I start, think about what we understood 30 years ago. 30 years ago, most of our understanding about sea level came from a smattering of tide gauges in coastal regions around the world. Most of what we understood about precipitation came from rain gauges or ground-based radars, which means we understood rain over land, but had never seen it really effectively from space. So we're going to try to take you on a journey today about what we've learned in 30 years of doing Earth observation from space, and we're going to focus on the water cycle. Let's see if this works. Oh, no, wait. There we go. So simple framing. What have we learned about how water moves around our home planet? Because it is so essential to our lives and our livelihoods. So please join me in welcoming my colleagues and friends from space agencies around the world to help tell this story. So let me welcome to the stage Selma Trachali from CNES. And Eric Laliberté from CSA. Simonetta Kelly from ESA. Godella Rosner from DLR. Francesco Longo from ASI. And last but not least, Koji Terada from JAXA. All right, so we're going to tell that we have a story for you in 4 acts. The first act, we will talk about sea level. It is the most obvious indicator of climate change, and it is having impact around the world. And so to introduce what we've learned about sea level rise and sort of how we did it, I'm going to ask Selma and Simonetta to start us off here and talk to us about the historical partnerships, what we've learned, and where we're going.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today. And of course, you are here an important and amazing sea level rise accuracy that has been reached over the 30 past years. And yesterday we heard from several plenary sessions the importance of sea level rise and its impact. This story has started within Topex Poseidon experiment mission between NASA and CNES in 1987. And it has been launched in 1992. And from the beginning, the science team plays important role in very close cooperation with the project team on both sides. And this group is now an international science group, which is called Ocean Surface Topography Science Team, which yearly meets and attracts hundreds of scientists around the world in order to address the state-of-the-art of altimetry, science, and application. And the challenge at this time was really, really high. As you mentioned, we haven't at this time space data. And the objective was to demonstrate that altimetry measurements could be made sufficiently accurate and precise to detect sea level variation of 10 centimeters induced by the ocean circulation, global circulation. And in parallel, ESA was developed ELSA-1. And very quickly, it seems very important for international agencies, ESA, NASA, and CNES, to jointly invent a new concept, which is the virtual constellation that has been approved and formalized through the Committee on Earth Observation Satellite, CEOS, and which is really important in order from the end user point of view and science point of view. This is important to have data harmonization and data calibration. And the success story, due to the, of course, full commitment and joint trust of each other, has been successfully pursued with JSON series and, of course, through operational mission at Copernicus level. And Simonetta, perhaps you could tell something on Sentinel-6 Mike Friley.
Sure, but certainly welcome to everybody to this session. I think that sea level rise, as Karen pointed out, it's a very good example of the international collaboration and also the collaboration we've been having for decades on this topic among agencies, not just in Europe between national missions and European ones, but with Sentinel-6 launched in 2020. I think this collaboration really expanded to the Commission, EUMETSAT, NASA, NOAA, and of course the French. And this, I think, it's not not just symbolic, it's also the results of the capitalization of a collaboration which really goes on the technical level, but more widely on the topic of climate, on the topic of environment, which is the one of the session here today. You see here in the graphs the mean increase of the sea level rise, and this is something which had a steady evolution, which is measured by all measurements on all missions that we've had. We spoke about the research ones like ERS, but now with Copernicus Sentinel-6, we've gone to operational missions, so missions which are done in series in terms of supporting operational needs of the user communities, which are not just the science one, but also overall largely the marine community. What's next? I think, first of all, what you see here, it's a trend in terms of increase of the sea level rise. Unfortunately, this is due to what is happening currently, and we heard a lot about it the last 2 days. It's melting of the ice. It's also temperature increase, which of course provides for expansion of the oceans overall. And this is all measured by very, very advanced instruments, no matter if it's the altimeter or the SAR on board these satellites. What's coming next? We have 3 more missions, again in collaboration coming up. So we have Sentinel-6C, which is going to be launched, but B before that. And we, of course, have other missions like, for example, the Crystal mission in the context of Copernicus planned for 28. And then here, still in the graph, what you see is the results of what's happened in the last 2 weeks. So you see the comparison between 22 and 23, and really this temperature increase that we've seen that is hinting to a new phenomenon of El Niño. So very important to look at that. But the puzzle is not just the sea level rise and temperatures. We need to have also better geoid of the Earth, more precise one, which is what we aim at doing with the new gravity mission and GGM and the collaboration with NASA. Because if you understand the precision of the geoid, you can also better understand the variability of the sea level rise.
Okay. So sea level, we now have a 30-year record that's giving us the rate, and that rate seems to be accelerating. It comes together from multiple missions that are directly measuring sea level, but also to do that we need the reference frame. Right, and let's...
Yeah, I would like also to come back on this important result. Simonetta mentioned the sea level rise. Of course, it's a fact. But the scientists would like to understand more why this sea level rise is rising and how sea level rise is rising. Explain that. And this graph showed from an important project conducted under ESA CCI Plus Climate Change Initiative, dealing with the sea level budget and energy budget, the contribution coming from 50% of sea level rise is due to continental ice melt and 34% due to ocean warming. This is important to understand in order to affect, of course, the contribution of each compartment of the Earth system, which is a really complex one. And this is really a very unprecedented recent result. The second aspect is dealing with the energy budget, and one of the important proxy of the energy budget imbalance radiation is the hot flux ocean, which represents more than 90%, which is very good, which is showed here on the right side. And again, it's a combination, as Simonetta mentioned, between several assets and data, space data, which are really crucial, altimetry, but also the GRACE and the GRACE follow-on measurement and Gautier also measurements.
Thank you. You know, it's a really interesting part of the story here. We've talked earlier this week about trust, and I think part of the important story we can tell is we know it because we measure it, and we measure different parts of the system, and when we can put that together into a coherent story, we think we can trust that we understand, right? So it's not just the what, it's the why, right?
Yeah.
And you mentioned about 90% of the heat, the excess heat that's trapped in the Earth system, is absorbed by the oceans. Most people don't understand that, and that's contributing to the sea level rise. Well, so sea level, right? That's the first part of the story. Let's move on to the second act. We're here to talk about fire and ice, so let's move to the higher latitudes. Let's talk about ice. So to start this conversation, let's talk about ice on land. And Gudella and Francesco, I think you were going to take the lead on introducing this topic.
Maybe this is yours.
Yeah, so I just wanted to add to what Salma said, and you already introduced GRACE and GRACE follow-on, and really adding to this whole system and understanding of what is going on in our climate. And GRACE, since 2002, has delivered us very valuable data on the whole water system, let's put it that way, and really adding the fact to the sea level rise that it's due to, or up to 60% due to ice melting. So, and this is an information that GRACE was contributing to the whole story. And what we see here on the graphs is the dramatic melting, especially of Greenland, adding even more to the sea level rise than the melting of the Antarctica. And so seeing this continuity and seeing the seasonal changes and having in mind that sea level rise is one aspect, but also the melting is also adding to the ocean circulation, it's more and more important to understand these processes. So it's really important not only to have this view in the past and the 20 years we have until now from this data record, but also to prolong it into the future. So I think that's why we are all working on prolonging the story of GRACE and GRACE follow-on with the Mass Change Mission and then NGGM to have a continuous insight into the whole water system, because ice melting is one of the major topics, of course, for the sea level rise, but the whole mission also contributes to our understanding of terrestrial water storage and where the droughts and where flood risk is increasing. So I think it's also something to add to the system, and as you said, to validate also, in a sense, to see how everything fits together. Yeah.
Let me say something, because I want to say that NGGM, our European mission, started from the end, is an important part, contribution to climate change. But let me be more ambitious with the NASA contribution mass change. In MAGIC, we can have a constellation with two pairs that contribute a lot on our scope on mass changing in the world, understanding about the climate, about the increasing level of the sea. But this big picture, as a puzzle, is composed by small parts. Then I want to focalize on what is important part of this puzzle, the glaciers. Mm-hmm. The glaciers are alive, are not something static. They move, they melt, and also are impacting from warmer air and warmer ocean, right, from subsurface, and also the tidal effect. What we measure in this case, all the models considered the grounding ice, the junction between the ocean and the ice on the ground, yeah, as a zero melt. Yeah. Then, an important discovery, using not only data from one asset, but using RadarSat, Cosmos SkyMed, TerraSAR-X, and also the data from Friends of ISI, was impacted on our knowledge of what's happened at the grounding line, grounding zone, yeah, the point that is most affected from the melt. This is an important result, because, let me say, the goal is science, the goal is application, but the goal is the societal benefit. And the glacier, the protection of glacier, are very important for a possible service in order to monitor this structure. Eric, it's your turn.
Well, thank you. It's a beautiful example of the collaboration that's needed in order to get this overall understanding. So when you talk about glaciers, I know we're getting close to 30 years of RadarSat mission. And so the long-term series, the long-term observation is required in order to gain that better understanding. And the latest of our mission, the RadarSat Constellation mission, was designed so that we can observe the Arctic like 4 times a day. But we're adjusting that according to our collaboration. We're adjusting the standard coverage, as we call it, to monitor the Antarctic, and I believe it's 62 sites for glaciers that are melting. So that contributes to the wealth of data for us to consider.
Yeah, go ahead, Selma.
Yeah, it let me to say that we will see perhaps amazing today unexpected results from the new generation of altimetry mission.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, from the surface water ocean topography. We spoke a lot about sea level rise, but we know that the impact of climate change on water cycle is, of course, affecting the continental parts, which is the fresh water. And the scientists learning from these 30 years of altimetry requested from the space agencies NASA and CNES initially to have a global observation at very finest resolution, 10 times better than nadir altimetry, in order to tackle, of course, the smaller scale where the ocean dynamics are occurring, and we are currently missing them with the current observations and missions, and they believe that are the key factor in understanding the climate change and ocean dynamics. This is for ocean. But for the first time, we will have a global observation covering nearly 90% of all Earth's water. Rivers, like lakes, reservoirs, and all water body that could be covered by the mission, with an unprecedented also accuracy. And potentially, those new breakthrough measurements, wide SWOT, interferometry radar with really unprecedented accuracy, will open the door for monitoring the ice sea in Antarctica. But more important, yesterday we had the importance of impact of climate change in coastal zones. And today we know from science results and activity that we are facing issues in order to approach those coasts. And SWOT will open a new era with these new measurements covering, of course, globally for the first time, many of the Earth cycle, water cycle components.
Thank you for mentioning SWOT. It is the next generation in measuring sea level, but also extending that altimetry measurement to inland water. So the first ever global inventory of inland water. And if you stay till the end, you'll see some new results from SWOT that have not been seen publicly before.
And if I may, SWOT is, of course, a US French bilateral mission, but we are supporting from the European side the science assessment of the data from SWOT, and in this process we're also looking at this as a reference model for Sentinel-3 next generation, which is one of the next Copernicus mission that we'll have to develop. So again, an example of international collaboration and perspectives for future measurements and better ones for everybody.
And a new discovery mission making its way into a long-term sustained kind of capability. Well, let's stay in the Arctic for a few more minutes, and let's talk about sea ice. So, Terada-san, what do you see from space about sea ice?
Yes, thank you, Karen-san. Please. So the sea ice extent. Next, please. Yes.
Oh, wait.
Yes. The sea ice extent has been rapidly decreasing in recent years as global temperature have risen. As sea ice extent is very important, space agencies are continuously monitoring it from space. These pictures are long-term variation of daily sea ice extent in the Arctic and Antarctic Ocean observed by the passive microwave imagers. Microwave remote sensing from space is only tool that provides continuous, consistent, and comprehensive information on sea ice changes in polar regions. Although the decreasing trend of sea ice extent in the Arctic is clear in recent 40 years, the Antarctic area, sea ice extent shows no significant trend because of regionally opposing trends and large internal variability. We should continue we should continue observations on the change in the polar region. For example, the recorded minimum of Antarctic sea ice extent has been updated several times in recent years. JAXA provides data of a variety of satellite measurement from passive micro images. These data aim to capture sea ice concentration and sea ice extent trend in the polar oceans on a daily basis from 1978 to the present.
Thank you. Any other comments on sea ice? All right, so far in our story, we've talked about sea level rise. We've said, all right, from our observations, we not only know what the sea level rise is, but we know that about 2/3 of that comes from water being added, water that was trapped on land, now going into the oceans. 1/3 comes from heat and expansion. We know how much ice has left the ice sheets on land, and we know that we can see the reduction in sea ice, particularly in the Arctic region, both in thickness and in extent. That's not important, that's not driving sea level, but it is an important climate feedback, right? Because particularly in the Arctic, sea ice reflects the sun's energy. So the less sea ice, the more the oceans are absorbing the energy. All right, so those are our first two acts in this story. Let's move on to the third one. Let's talk about what's going on in the atmosphere, because 30 years ago or so, we had really very little understanding about global precipitation. So let's start with Selma and Terada-san talking about precipitation.
Yeah, just a very quick introduction. I think this is also a very excellent illustration of the international cooperation which started 20 years ago between NASA, JAXA, ISRO and CNES. And from CNES perspective, from the beginning, the French scientists were involved in TRMM, precipitation, and we signed a memorandum of understanding between NASA and CNES on GPM constellation in order to contribute with megatropic data. We spoke yesterday a lot about the storm, the extreme events, and we understood with these previous decades of research that there is a strong need, a new challenge to address in order to retrieve the vertical velocity in convective systems. So we have the consistency of precipitation measurements. This is globally, of course, but we need to move further in terms of research activities in order to tackle and to understand those local processes, of course, having a lack of data. So the Atmosphere Observing System program, leading by NASA, with a key contribution from CNES on this important aspect of convection. So from precipitation to convection era, that's what is now happening for the next 20 or 30 years.
Right, it's really important because all the water we need to live on land is delivered to us by the atmosphere. So understanding how water is moved in the atmosphere and how those storms intensify is critically important. Terada-san.
Yes, JAXA contributes to the International Coalition for Global Precipitation Observation by our precipitation radars. JAXA provides the world's first space-borne precipitation radar on the TRMM, launched in 1997. Also, JAXA provided our precipitation radar to the GPM Core Observatory, launched in 2014. The precipitation radar observes three-dimensional precipitation structures like CAT scan in medicine, and we can explain the regional difference of global precipitation system more sufficiently. the reference of precipitation radars led to significantly improve the estimation accuracy of precipitation distributions by multiple microwave radiometers being operated over the world, and led to the create a global real-time precipitation map.
Thank you. So Selma, you said it, right? We're moving from an era of really focusing on precipitation to understanding the processes, the why is the precipitation what it is, why do storms intensify, when and where they do, and actually many of us are participating in the next mission to really go after some of those questions, the AOS mission that you mentioned, where we'll be looking at the relationship between aerosols, clouds, and the storms that form. So really exciting time in moving forward our understanding of the atmospheric transport. Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, I just want to add that it's not us just on stage that are interested in this, right? It's the science. And
yeah.
I know that you didn't mention the atmospheric observing system that you're leading, and that you invited some of us to, all of us to participate in some way. In Canada, it's a consortium of 14 universities. So scientists, the science is important, the understanding. So I think you're right. It's all these, the next step is really understanding all these processes and making sure that the information then can be transformed into usable data and policy making eventually.
And this becomes especially important in coastal communities where the combination of sea level rise and storms is a double whammy. It's a double impact. Selma, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I completely agree. Of course, all those observations were requested through the science community. When looking back 20 years ago, it was not the case. But I would like to say something, an additional important comment. When the scientists requested the mission for some observation, they imagined that they will only fit those requirements or those objectives. Looking back to megatropic in the GPM constellation, the assimilation of those precipitation products and measurements allow really an improvement of the forecast of the numerical weather prediction. Right. Which is also the way that from science to applications to better forecast is a key aspect that will also be awaited for the SWOT measurements in order to have a better prediction with the finest observation. And the science community, internationally speaking, is preparing a new generation of models, but either in ocean, hydrology, or coastal models, because they found there is a really unknown physical process, and we are missing some really key data to feed with those processes and having better prediction, as we rely today on weather forecasts between models and the right data. So, of course, I agree.
Yeah.
Well, you make a really interesting point, because 30 years ago, I'm heading into dangerous territory here because I don't know these numbers precisely, but I think it was true that 30 years ago, the one-day forecast was only as good as the 3-day forecast is today, right? There's been dramatic improvement. And in fact, my colleagues at NOAA would tell me, if today you like your weather forecast, you should thank an oceanographer. Because this relationship between what's happening in the oceans and the weather really, we're here largely to talk about climate today, but it also has an impact on those real-time weather forecasts. Wonderful. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the largest factors of uncertainty in climate models are cloud, aerosol, and precipitation process. So JAXA would like to address to understand the process with international partners. This effort is important to predict extreme weather events that appear in each region as an effect of climate change. So first, a joint mission with ESA ASCAR satellites, so capable of observing a cloud and the aerosol. At the same time, it carries JAXA's cloud profiling radars, capable of monitoring the vertical structure and monitor motion of the cloud by the Doppler velocity observation. Next, AOS, mission of NASA, JAXA participate in AOS with the next generation precipitation laser to observe the vertical structure and the vertical motion of precipitation by the Doppler velocity observation. The process of cloud and precipitation will be clear by observing the vertical information.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a really important point. Going after those processes between aerosols and clouds and the climate feedback mechanisms, that's a key aspect of the next generation mission. And we'll only be able to really get to those questions because we're making all those measurements at once. And this is another key thing, I think. It's not always about the next best instrument. Sometimes it's about having all the right measurements at the same time, observing the same thing, give you insights into the processes that we really need to understand how climate's evolving. Okay. Everybody,
let me say something
yeah.
regarding the importance of this prediction, also considering that the flooding event, the disaster event connected to flooding is more than 70% of the disaster that we have in the world. We have in Italy now, and this opportunity to receive good prediction in order to give the right alert to the population and to increase the level of the risk and also the action from the civil protection must be accompanied, of course, on the evaluation from space, also of the perimeter of the areas impacted from this type of event. Then is all a mechanism that at the end starts with observation and close on services for civil protection, for societal benefits.
You know, it's really important and interesting that you mentioned flooding specifically. Earlier, Selma mentioned SWOT. One of the things that SWOT will be able to see, you know, we've talked about it will measure the height of inland water bodies. That includes temporary ones, in other words, floods.
Yes.
Right? So for the first time from space, for many years we've been able to see where the flooding is, but we've not been able to characterize the height, how much water is there. SWOT, because of its spatial resolution, in real time, when we're dealing with disasters, will give us a view of how much water is there as well. Go ahead, Selma.
Spatial resolution, but more important, for the first time, I would like to say a bidimensional image. I mean, SWOT has two SWOT, 50 kilometer and 50 kilometer, which means that for the first time, as you mentioned, Karen, we will have a measurement of flood water elevation. Really in an unprecedented way and vision.
Fantastic.
Great. Okay, so we're coming to the fourth act here. We've talked about the oceans. We've talked about the atmosphere. Water. It's essential to those of us who live on land, right? We need it to generate power. We need it to grow food. We need it to drink. So let's talk a little bit about water on land and this is an even easier place where we can talk about how the information serves people. So kicking off this part of the conversation, let's go to...
Is our table.
Yes, to Godello and Francesco, take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, it's a strong cooperation between us and DLR that focalize on opportunities on hyperspectral, but focalize on what? On water. Water is vital for life on Earth, and water, we have to understand the characteristic and the situation of the water, also considering that must be safe, clear, for consuming. Then, using hyperspectral, our effort is to start understanding the status of the water, starting with the first element of the lakes that are the first elements where the demand for also for consumables, but also for agriculture want to. And let me say, we see in the effect of industrialization of the population near the lakes and also near the sea, and the effects are very clear, considering that extracting the spectral signature from our satellite, we can see a lot of elements or pollutants in the sea, the turbidity, the total matter suspended, all the elements, the chlorophyll, all the elements that give us indication about the health status of our water.
Yeah, and well, I think this hyperspectral information that we're providing with the missions, and that will be prolonged then also with CHIME and SPG, is really essential to have a better understanding of the biochemical processes that lie within, well, not only water, also other aspects, to really quantify and understand the effects that are coming with the increasing temperature, changing ecosystems in the water, changing carbon cycles due to these effects. And it will be essential in a very practical way for the people on the ground delivering drinking water or how do you say, watering their agricultural fields and so on, but also in the understanding of the climatic processes. I think there are these two dimensions we have, and I think what we have shown already through this discussion is that Earth observation puts us in the place to have a very holistic understanding on each and every process of the planet, to really have an overview and have a substantial insight in all the processes. But we need to connect to the scientists, to the modelers, and we see this already with the IPCC reports that build very much and much more on the Earth observation data that has been included. And on the other side, taking into perspective the increasing risk that is coming with climate change and what it means for the practitioners is really to look for the applications and well, putting up services, putting up decision support to policymakers, but also to resource managers in many different markets. So I think there are these two aspects. Earth observation is really a key asset, key instrument to allow us to have a better holistic understanding, but we need to bring it across in these two directions to make it really actionable information and giving trust to what we know about climate change.
Yeah, no, please.
Go ahead.
No.
Oh, I was going to say it's my turn to express my passion
Yeah.
for SWOT. Because
Thank you.
but it's just what you said, Godela, when you mentioned that we need to look at, and Earth observation can contribute a lot, and we're very excited because you said water is essential for those of us that are on land. It's also useful for fish and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But so water is life, but water is also energy. So SWOT, temporary phenomena, rain is not falling at the same time it used to. It used to be in snow. It used to be. So the reservoirs that are used for hydroelectricity, it's a completely different management situation. And even we're talking about the water cycle, you could talk about the biodiversity. We have lakes in the north that are not monitored, but now with SWOT will be, that can drain in a day and change the ecosystem completely. So it's something that we're not seeing right now with our means of observation. So
Yeah.
Go ahead, Selma.
I completely agree, and I think often we missed within many conferences the importance of water as a nexus for energy, food, and security and health. And I think SWOT, yes, is opening this important era and door. And looking back to what has been said by Godela, I completely agree. I think we have to manage to make a strong linkage between science and what could be a cure and develop in terms of application. That's why, from the beginning, jointly with NASA, within the SWOT project development, we have decided to have a dedicated preparatory program both in science and in preparing the future upcoming applications, among of them, of course, hydroelectricity, but also navigation over the rivers, over the ocean, due to the very finest measurement that will be, hopefully, available to the end users.
But because our ambition has no limits, we are supporting in ESA the CHIME Sentinel for hyperactive service in hyperspectral, and at the national level, reducing one of the elements of the parameters that, as requested by our users, the resolution of the hyperspectral to 10 meters, as requested by farmers, by all the persons that live with agriculture, with water. Then it is important for the future what we have in plan to do.
Yeah. Before we leave land, let's spend a minute on agriculture. I think, can we bring up the next slide? There we go. So we wanted to talk a little bit specifically about the interplay between water and food security.
Yeah, I'm proud of about this mission, the results of this mission, because water, the use of water is very important. And this mission, SBGTIR with NASA, but also Trishna, but also LSTM, all these missions are contributing on efficient use of water, but oriented, let me say, on the, could you see to the lower part of the screen, on the real use. My dream is to have a farmer with a smartphone in order to understand the water needs of the plantation, in order to an efficient use of the water. And in this case, this mission that uses EcoStress, fantastic mission on ESS as a precursor, will have not only surface temperature, but joining also visual and near infrared NDVI in the simultaneous scene. And this is a very giant leap in the sense of reconstruct evapotranspiration. That is the most important part of the cycle of the water, evaporation from soil and transpiration from the plant. Right. And this part is very important to understand also what we want to understand with NGGM, what is missing in this cycle that go in groundwater. Then everything is closing in this mission.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, in the Western United States, we have real challenges with water management, and we have already taken steps in this direction. We have applications that farmers can use right in their fields to assess how much water their field has used, and they use that to adjust how much they have to irrigate, and it's resulting in tremendous efficiencies. So we're down to our last 5 minutes here. Did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I think what we see already from all the applications that have been mentioned is that nowadays we think Earth observation much more from the end user and end usage. So what you said about SWOT preparation, preparing not only science but also applications, I think that's becoming true for more and more missions. So for example, what we are preparing with Prisma and NMAP directly feeds into preparations then for CHIME and SBG, and there will be many more examples like that. So I think we're working on Earth observation much more closely nowadays and coming from the end user and the benefits that we want to show and bring to practice with our missions.
Sure.
Perhaps a last word. I agree totally, but in the meantime, I don't want to make a misunderstanding from the audience. I think when we are developing new measurements, like the one of SWOT or for the evapotranspiration, either from CHIME or SBG or Trishna or LSTM, there are huge efforts to put there in order to tackle new physics and to derive from data the right data products and information knowledge. Because yesterday I was a little bit surprised. We were speaking about data. But what end users are waiting are information products and knowledge products. But to reach this step, Believe me that for SWOT, and I think I see Parag in the audience, more than 20 years of effort and sustained support from the NASA, CNES, CSA, also with a strong preparatory program, in order to allow to address those new measurements, addressing, this is a big picture, global picture, looking to local things. So it's a new generation and new ways to address, and more important, as you mentioned, Karen, how we could handle those data and put them in a very easiest way to the users, including scientists. And believe me, there is still a big training to do in order to allow them to handle those data. Thank you.
Thank you. So I promised you that if you stuck around, you'd see some new results from SWOT. We're down to just a few minutes, so I want to show those results now. So this is, as you know, SWOT was designed largely to measure surface height at a very fine spatial resolution for water, both oceans and inland water bodies. Turns out, when you fly a mission globally, you get to see the globe. And here we're looking at some new results looking at sea ice. You want to say a couple words?
Yeah. I think this is really a preliminary result. This is the first time we show that. We were not expecting, this was not the main objectives of the mission, to monitor the sea ice. This is ice breaks that open, move, or close every day because of the ocean currents in the Antarctica. On the left side, you have the radar power, and on the right side, you have the surface heights. And of course, there are several tens of meters of variation that we have not developed a specific processing algorithm fitted to sea ice, which means that if needed, we have to make some effort in order to make what we made for hydrology, for example, processing to address the phase of some technical elements. And of course, the iceberg is surrounding here by also a blue area without ice because there is a submerged part. So this is a really amazing animation because we are today in SWOT, what we call in the fast sampling phase, which means in the Calval process, we have 2 periods. And this is 1 day revisit period in order to allow scientists and the project engineer to really calibrate the instrument, and in the meantime to acquire a huge amount of data in order also to train and to test their models that they are aiming and they are developing for a long time. So this is our pleasure, NASA and CNES, to show these first preliminary results, but there is, of course, a plan for many other events and communications. Thank you.
Thank you, Selma. So, you know, I like ending on this example because serendipity is also important in what we do. Every time we launch a new capability with one particular focus in mind, we also find that we learn things about the rest of the system. And that's part of the reason that we're always looking to advance, because we know what we're trying to learn, but we don't know what we will also learn. So we're in the red zone here, so let me sort of wrap this up. This is a story I find myself telling a lot, the story of the intensification of the water cycle as a result of greenhouse gases and warming of the climate. But we don't tell the story often enough about how we know what we know. Gets to the trust, gets to the confidence. So today we tried to walk you through what we've learned and what we're hoping to learn next. I hope you took away from this that, point 1, this is only possible from space. You can only have developed this understanding from space. Point 2, you can only do it. We could only do it together. It's more than any one country. It's more than any one continent can take on by themselves. So it's been a tremendous journey so far, and we're looking forward to the adventures ahead. And then of course, we're all working together. We could have had a whole additional session on how we're trying to drive all of that information into use. We mentioned some of that to you again here today. So deep thanks to my colleagues. Thank you all for joining us for the conversation. And I think that's all we got, right? We're going to get the hook. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the moderation, and thanks to all the speakers. I may ask you also for a group picture here in front. We want to document that, and for sure we will need to come back to another session on this.
All right.
Follow up, please. And we are now breaking for a coffee break, tea break, for half an hour, and I would like to ask you to be back here again 10 to 4, so at 15:50. For our next session, it will be an intergenerational discussion on space for climate protection. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the coffee break. People are still coming in. Please take a seat. We would like to proceed now with a very special program for this afternoon, which is dedicated to a generational exchange on the role of space in the fight against climate change. It is my distinct pleasure to welcome on stage the IAF President, Clay Mowry, for a welcome and the introduction. Clay, please.
Thank you very much, Christian. You know, the IAF has spent several years now focusing on what we call 3G diversity, which is generation, geography, and gender. And it was actually put into place by one of my predecessors, Jean-Yves Le Gall, and then carried forward by Pascal Ehrenfreund, this 3G mantra that we have. And really a big focus of that is working on the generational aspect of it. And we're really proud on a number of levels to partner with the Space Generation Advisory Council, but also to foster programming within the IAF structure itself to bring this next generation forward, to focus on the workforce issues associated with next generation. So just a few programs to mention that we've undertaken. We do the IAF Emerging Space Leaders Grant Program, which each year funds 30 YPs and students to attend our International Astronautical Congress every year. And that program is more or less doubled in size in the last several years, and we're really proud. And we want to keep extending that because we know the cost of attending the Congress, of course, is high for students and young professionals. And so we're constantly looking at ways to extend that. We also have a Youth Recognition Program award for exceptional students and young professionals that contribute to the field of aeronautics, astronautics, and so we award those every year. We do a student enterprise competition for the best technical papers that are presented by students, and then we have the Luigi G. Napolitano Award presented annually to a young scientist who significantly contributed to the advancement of aerospace science and presented a paper at the International Astronautical Congress. So, you know, here at the GLOC this year, it was the first time the IAF actually funded 12 students to come to Norway to attend this event. I've met several of them here in the hallways. They're super enthusiastic about being here and participating in the programming this week. So this is really a tremendous achievement to have them coming to one of our global conference series. You know, the theme that we have here this week about climate change, it really ties in directly for the next generation because we're really talking about the future of planet Earth, right? And they're the ones that are going to inherit this. They're the ones that are going to be running the place. And so it's very important for us that they attended this event and that we can actually think about what their role will be kind of in the future. So we're excited about having a panel that I'm going to be moderating in a few minutes on next generation. So again, we'll be taking 3 older folks, like myself, with a little bit of gray hair, with the next generation and actually having a generational exchange on a number of these topics and talking about how we move forward. So that's just to give you a bit of a summary. Now we can move into the award phase. And Christian, I'll turn it back to you.
Yeah, as you have mentioned already, we have this time set up also an Emerging Space Leader Grants program for the GLOC conference. And to tell us more about this and to recognize and call up on stage the winners of these awards, I'm happy to welcome on stage our Vice President, IAF Vice President for Education and Workforce Development, Davide Patrillo. Please come up.
Good afternoon, everyone, and it's a really big pleasure for me to be here together with Clay, Christian, and all of you. And yeah, as you've seen now during these days, it has been an amazing GLOC so far. Lots of international discussions, high-level speakers, lots of discussions, recommendations, but something that when we started organizing the GLOC, it was something for me very important to say we also need the presence of the youth here. So that's what you're going to see really, really soon with this panel. But also, on top of that, discussing as well about the fact that there will be this discussion with the youth. The Federation didn't stop here, because the Federation also gave the opportunity to 12 students and younger professionals to be here with a grant, with a sponsorship, fully sponsored by the Federation. And that's the reason why we are here, you know, giving recognition to these 12 outstanding students and young professionals that we have here together in front of us, that I would like to call people on stage and give them a recognition, of course, from our IAF president. And I'm going to call them all on stage one by one. So when I call your name, please come on stage. So the first one is Fahime Barzamini.
Congratulations.
Thank you. You can stay on stage up here. Then Gavin Chung. Saba El Shawa.
Give you two. Double.
Then Seamus Lombardo. Kumbirai Mantingo. Then Ellen Novianti.
Congratulations.
Alessandro Paravano. Satej Raj Perisamey.
Like the jacket.
Prem Phillips. Then Abd Elamid Sheriev. Thank you so much. And Liu Topfer. Yes, that's the last. Unfortunately, we also have the 12 that is Querit Sara Cebida that couldn't stay with us, but we also congratulate them all and also her for being here. So, sorry. Perfect. Thank you.
Congratulations. Yeah, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you.
I introduced them. Great. So please give them another round of applause because they really deserve it. Thank you. All right, so now we're going to move into the session that focuses on the youth, and it's a real big pleasure for me to introduce you to the next keynote speakers, Giulia Bordachini and Saba El Shawa from the Space Generation Advisory Council that are going to give you an overview on the SGAC report on the climate change. The floor is yours.
So, good afternoon, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here. It's an honor to represent the SGAC. I'm here with Giulia, my co-lead. Over the past year, we worked with a really passionate group of young professionals and students to develop the official policy position of the Space Generation Advisory Council. If you don't know, the SGAC is a rapidly growing NGO for students and young professionals between the age of 18 to 35. We have now over 25,000 members working on a variety of topics, and it's really a pleasure for us to be part of this great organization and to be here on their behalf today. So if we can, so our mission basically for this group was to develop and advocate a united space policy position. So essentially what this means is, as I said, we have thousands of members, a lot of very high priorities and opinions and things to contribute to the space industry. But up till last year, we didn't have a policy position that represented all of us and our organization. And so we put together this amazing team under the Space Generation Advocacy and Policy Platform, led by Giulia and myself, but also including engineers, lawyers, educators, people from all backgrounds. And that's why we took this really interdisciplinary approach to create recommendations for climate action because we believe that interdisciplinarity is key in solving this problem.
So, as Sabas mentioned, I would say that the key factor of our working group was to be cross-sectoral. So we targeted three specific groups of stakeholders: scientific, community and academia, government and policymakers, and commercial industry, including the new space one. So what we found out is that the recommendations were a lot, I have to say. So we really invite you to have a look at the report to have a better understanding and a clear picture of what we carried out so far. So, but what we discovered is that the key factor in common between the three groups of stakeholders was that cross-contamination and stakeholder engagement is the key factor. But engaging stakeholders doesn't only mean like to onboard them in the space sector, but we really need to help them establish in the sector. So not only through fundings, but also through specific guidelines that could be binding and non-binding, I would say. But also, let's say, by disseminating the scientific effort of the academia. So government really should grasp on the key result of that community and should leverage on them. Because research valorization is actually what it leads to innovation. And without innovation, we know that it's a bit of a buzzword so far, but without innovation, we cannot go forward. And going forward, it means for the commercial industry, for sure, to bring forward all the massive effort that they are already undertaking, because I have to say that what I can see so far, and also during my ordinary job, is that new space actors are interacted with all of them. So from academia to policymakers to governments. And so I would say they should obviously continue, but they should also leverage on all the pre-issues inside that the adjacent market can provide them. We can see also from manufacturing and additive manufacturing, quantum technology, and we are often talking about artificial intelligence. So I would say that it's another key factor, putting together the three target stakeholders that we identified and that we provided recommendation to.
So as you can see, there were a variety of topics that we covered in this report, starting with the environmental impacts of space activities. So as you know, over the past day and a half at this conference, we've been talking a lot about the use of space technology, of Earth observation data to help with the climate crisis. But at the same time, we need to reflect on how the space industry also contributes environmental impacts. And part of this, if you look at the life cycle assessment of a space project, it's not just launching rockets into space. It's also the production. It's the resources that you need to build something, to test it, to deploy it. It's the space debris problem, which we still have a lot of work left to characterize how space debris and atmospheric demise actually impacts our environment. So some of our recommendations in the report relate to that. So the harmonization of all of these elements across different actors. But at the same time, through our research, we looked at how the space industry, being so tied with the defense industry, most of our impacts actually comes from military activities, the grand majority of our impacts. And so one of the recommendations is also looking at how we can decouple defense and space activities and reframe it in a way that the space industry is not directly contributing to negative social and environmental impacts. At the same time, this brings me to the education and outreach for climate action. So we rightly talk about educating people about the benefits of using space for climate and the benefits of space for life on Earth. But at the same time, we also need to educate ourselves in the space industry about different ways of learning, different knowledge systems. Some of the speakers yesterday mentioned indigenous people and how they can benefit from space. At the same time, we also need to look at how space negatively impacts them and what we can learn from their way of life to make sure that we don't carry these same ideologies that are causing the climate crisis up into space. And that obviously ties in with the ethical and political considerations because space is very geopolitically driven. we need to be conscious of the barriers that are imposed on certain countries, on individuals, from even accessing these types of discussions. We saw yesterday one of the speakers unfortunately couldn't get a visa, and so they couldn't come here and share more about their story. So what can we in the space industry do to break down some of these barriers, to make sure that people actually have the opportunity to bring their knowledge and their problems and help us develop solutions for them? And so with that, I think the reason I'm focusing more on the challenges is because we're all here because we love space and we see the value in space exploration. I think at the same time, having this kind of forum where so many different stakeholders and people from all types of the space communities are represented, it's really a great opportunity for us to reflect on what we can also do better, and actually make sure that space is for all and space is for the benefit of humankind.
With regards to the space law and policy development, but also green economy, financing new space, I would say the recommendation is as well another fil rouge. But the fil rouge always lead to the engagement of new actors and the advocating and disseminating effort that we're carrying out, and we really invite you to join us on that, and we really look forward to our intergenerational discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia and Saba, for this really interesting keynote and giving us this insight. Now we need to reconfigure again a bit. We are getting ready for our first of two panels that will see an intergenerational discussion on, and that's the title of the first session, Are We Doing Well? Space Science and Technology for Climate Action. So this will really be a panel that will feature the next generation representatives and senior space professionals to engage into an interesting discussion. And in order to moderate this session, it is my distinct pleasure to call on stage the IAF Vice President for Science and Academic Relations, Professor Tanja Masson-Swan. Tanja, the floor is yours. Please.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much, Christian, and thank you to the previous speakers for setting the scene for this session on an intergenerational discussion about climate change and what space can do. Before we start, let me see. Who considers themselves as representatives of the senior group here? Who represents the junior group here? Kudos to you guys, because you are still here. And we would have liked to actually have that other group here present as well. So I'm sure that this is being recorded, and we will make sure that it is distributed so that they can also take note of the important messages that we are going to hopefully discuss. And to do that in this first panel, we have a great setup with several panelists who I will invite one by one to come here to just give you a few words about their background. First of all, Lev Töpfler, who is pursuing an interdisciplinary degree in space law and sustainability at Leuphana University in Lüneburg, Germany. She's a former participant in the Manfred Lack Space Law Moot Court competition and is the German UN youth delegate to the United Nations General Assembly and also member of the German delegation to COPOS. Welcome, Lev. Then we have Agnieszka Lukasik, if she can get out of the arms of her very young participants. Agnieszka, welcome. Agnieszka is Vice President for Government Affairs of Europe, the Middle East and Africa at Planet, who we have seen, of course, previously in the previous few days. But I don't know where you raised your hand, because you also have been very instrumental in SGAC, in various other
Thank you for asking, because I had a very big internal dilemma.
Yeah, you had to raise both hands.
Because let's be honest, I'm probably now in a senior category, which I refuse to acknowledge.
I think that was why you were invited to the panel, but no, I think you can definitely represent both groups also with your adorable son here. But so Agnieszka also worked previously in the European Commission, as well as was the Brussels Director for Secure World Foundation, and was one of the early key players in Space Generation Advisory Council. And she's also the lead for the first S in the SIS agenda of Clemauri on the sustainability part of the agenda, so we look forward to hearing your views. We then have Saba Al-Shava, who we have seen just previously. Where are you? There you are. But to just introduce her as well, Saba is an interdisciplinary researcher and engineer who is pursuing a PhD in sustainable development and climate change, so a very relevant topic. And she's the founder of the Jordan Space Research Initiative, which aims to bridge sustainable development with space exploration and establish an analog research facility in Jordan. And of course, she's the co-lead of this wonderful SGAC report that we just heard about. Alison Leitner is from NASA. Very happy that you join us. Alison is the NASA Program Manager for Climate and Resilience Applications that works with public and private sector to determine how to utilize NASA's resources for climate-related decisions and analysis. In addition to that, she's senior advisor for the GLOBE program, which is an international science and education program focusing on primary and secondary education, and also the former program manager of the early career research. So very useful to have you, very happy to have you with us on the panel. Milica Milosev, she was also here and involved with the SGAC report. She is the founder of eConnects, which is an association strengthening the link between environment, space, and society. And she calls herself an environmentalist, and she has a degree in ecology and in biology professor. And she's a climate advocate, and also was involved with the SGAC report on climate action. Well, welcome, Milica.
Thank you.
And last but not least, Rune Floberghagen is a very full table. Rune is head of the Science, Applications and Climate Department of ESA and has a long career in the agency. He was previously mission management of ESA's scientific satellite fleet, as well as Earth Explorer research and development missions, and he led the implementation of the agency's climate programs. So we have a very competent and complete panel, and we will be spending the next little less than an hour to discuss various aspects of the topic of climate change and what space can do. I'm going to start with you, Lev, if you don't mind. Why is it for you important that we address space and climate and youth all together? And why is it important to involve youth from all these different backgrounds in the discussions around space and climate?
Yes, so first of all, thank you for inviting me. I'm really excited to be here. The first point I would make is that all three topics have a lot in common. First, they are inherently international. You cannot address it alone, and we have to stick together to improve the lives of youth, to improve climate adaptation mitigation, and to improve the use of outer space. The second one is that they are gaining more importance. Each of these topics is more and more addressed in international frameworks and in international diplomacy. So if we address all of them together, we can really have an impact. And third, when we talk about impact, the impact on future generations of all these three topics is huge. The decisions we make now will impact us forever. And why I think it's most important to address youth, there's a very simple answer. It's power in numbers. We are the biggest young generation of all time. There are 1.8 billion people under 25 years old alive right now. So discounting them in discussions, either in space or in climate, would just be strategically unwise. And why I think it's important to address youth from all backgrounds is because when it comes to climate and space, it's important to localize solutions and to listen to the people and what they need. We talked about end users a lot in the yesterday and today, and about solutions, and the data is there, who can use it. And only if we address people from all backgrounds and from and all their problems, we can develop the ideas that are needed. And only if we reach everyone, we can stand unified in the actions we choose.
Yeah, that sounds very complete, and I really like your argument that not only you are the ones who are going to be most impacted by the climate crisis, but you can also have the biggest impact yourselves on trying to solve it. So I think we put our trust in the hands of that big youth generation to do so. Thank you for sharing that. Agnieszka, in your experience working with governments in the EMEA region, do you feel that governments are more aware nowadays and more open about what space technology can do and how they can learn from that, how it can help them meet their goals and their challenges?
I mean, I think they're definitely more open than they were 5, 10 years ago, that's for sure. I think part of it is that we are in crisis, global crisis when it comes to environment, biodiversity loss, climate change. We're experiencing war in Europe, and obviously all those technologies play a role, and they are becoming more of an important tool. So I think there's more awareness, still not at the level probably where we would like to see it, but there's definitely more awareness and more open, I think, open mind to get exposed to these tools. At the same time, I feel like the government, you know, everybody knows when governments are making decisions, there's a political agenda, whatever that agenda might be, and a lot of policymakers are not thinking long term. They're thinking in their, you know, election term.
Re-election.
Yeah. And that's not how you solve global problems that are, you know, going to affect future generations. So I think this is one thing, and then also I feel it's essential that if you want to solve global problems, you have to cooperate globally. And obviously that's a problem too for various reasons, trade issues, competition, and so everyone is kind of thinking in their own little corner. And not maybe, you know, during the time of crisis, we should be building bridges, not walls. And I don't think we're quite there yet. So that's what I would like to encourage. And it's not just about working with governments, but I think the cooperation needs to be between governments, academia, civil society, industry, because we all are part of the problem and we are all part of the solution. So I do think that, you know, together we can really make a difference. Alone, it's difficult.
Yeah, thank you. And is it also useful to not only speak with governments, but also to speak perhaps with regional authorities or even local authorities?
For sure. I think it's also for several reasons. One is that often, you know, you have different political groups in charge of different areas. So that where, you know, you're not just talking to one, but you're talking to different ones. And local governments and regional governments are more focused on the precise solution that they need, instead of just like a general overview. So absolutely, I think we're doing that at Planet a lot, and I'm sure others are as well, but everybody plays a role.
Yeah, thank you. Saba, over to you. This part of the panel is about what are we doing well. But of course, there are also things that we're doing perhaps not so well. Could you tell us a little bit about what your view is about what we're not doing so well, what you perhaps came across in your work in building the report and focusing on ethical considerations, outreach, and so on, and also perhaps bring into that your experience into the Jordan initiative that you launched and perhaps your PhD research?
Yes, thank you, Tanya. So, you know, as I was saying in the speech earlier, I think there's a lot of great things that we're doing in the space industry, and I do think we are doing well, but there is a lot of room to do better. And this initially also started when I was reflecting on, you know, how hard it is for me to get into the space industry as a Jordanian, as someone who comes from a country who does not have a space industry. it took me over 10 years to actually get a job in the space industry. And to be honest, once I did, I found that there were a lot of problems with how we were applying the technology that we have in terms of, as a Palestinian, I have certain moral conundrums in how the technology is being used, the lack of sustainability in the way that we approach the projects. And so when it came to Jordan specifically, my goal and what I focused on during my master's at the International Space University is how we can bridge sustainable development with space exploration, specifically focusing on Jordan's national priorities. So for people in Jordan who are living in refugee camps, who are suffering because they don't have water, they don't have food, they don't have energy, to just come in and tell them you should invest in space, of course they think that's ridiculous. Like, that is just not even on their radar. But the reason we started looking at analog research specifically is because, in a way, it's not just about climate mitigation through Earth observation data. We also have spin-off technologies that can help with climate adaptation. So that for people who are already facing these impacts, we can't just tell them, you know, there are some satellites up there, they're beaming down some data, it's going to help make everything better. We need to actively work on solutions through the technologies that we have. At the same time, being an engineer, of course, I love science, I love technology, but I think we have this tendency to really focus on technocratic solutions, that technology is going to save us, and that's not the case. You really, if you want to have systemic change, which is the core of the problem, in my opinion, you need to look at all different sides of the problem. And that's why for my PhD, I've done a complete kind of shift in my approach. So going from robotics and engineering to now working on psychology and outreach. So if you haven't heard of the overview effect, it's this magical phenomenon where astronauts see the Earth from space and somehow changes their psychology, their mentality, they become pro-social, pro-environmental. And that got me thinking, well, you know, a handful of people are going to experience this in their entire lives. How can we bring this down to earth? How can we get more people to see this experience and actually validate what's happening? Like, does it actually cause this psychological shift? And so that's why for my PhD, I'm working on how we can use virtual reality to simulate this experience and validate whether it can actually motivate people to act in sustainable ways. So by looking at all these different sides and incorporating different knowledge systems, I mentioned earlier, you know, indigenous perspectives, I think it's also important to note that for a lot of space infrastructure that gets built on indigenous people's lands, we are not even discussing with them, involving them in any way. And so in Jordan, what we're doing is actually working with the Bedouins who live in the desert where we want to build the analog facility, not just to involve them, but also to learn from them, because they have ways of living in the environment that we can really learn from in order to shift this, what I call the ideological problem of exploration. So doing it in a sustainable way from all angles.
So here as well, you see the effect going both ways, actually, because the analog can perhaps teach certain lessons for managing refugee camps, and on the other hand, as you say, you can learn from the people who live in the desert, things that can be useful in the analog mission itself, right? And when you do these virtual reality sessions, is that then to emulate the overview effect, so that people experience what it is to be in space, so that they can see that fragility of Earth without borders and so on?
Yeah, exactly. So actually, for my PhD, I'm working with a company called Earthscape VR that already develops these VR simulations. And they actually use them for mental health and kind of workshops for leadership and so on. But what I did just last week, I was in an analog mission where we showed this VR simulation to the analog astronauts. So people who have been in isolation for 4 or 5 days, does that impact the way that they think differently than it would if I were to show it to someone, at school or in a university lab? But the idea is that by validating the way that this awareness that it raises, then that would motivate people to act and think in more sustainable ways, because that's eventually what's going to cause the change that we need.
But does that mean that we all should go through such a virtual reality session?
I think so. I think it should be part of every school curriculum. Maybe not necessarily the specific VR simulation. but I think the narrative behind it as well.
Yeah.
Again, this goes back to indigenous perspectives. I think you don't need to see the Earth from space to realize that we're all connected and that we need to take care of the environment.
Yeah.
There's, groups and communities that have been teaching this for thousands of years.
Sure.
But I think seeing the Earth from space is a very strong visual tool to portray these same ideas. So again, it all comes together in a way.
Yeah, I'm saying yes, but of course I haven't been to space, but I can imagine that. And I don't want to go either. I will stay down here on Earth and do the law. But yeah, that's very interesting. By the way, if anyone wants to interject, please, of course, go ahead. And also we have the Slido activated, so please enter your questions, and we'll get to that at the end of some questions that I will ask. Alison, over to you. From your experience that you gained in your various roles that I mentioned earlier, what unique perspectives do youth bring to the table in advancing the use of space science and technology to address climate change, action and crisis? What is your experience?
So first off, thank you for having me, and thank you also for having this kind of session at a conference like this. It's great to hear from this diversity of voices. I will say that Sabha basically is the example that I would show you for what is the unique perspective that people can bring. In the work that I've done with early career researchers, which in our language tends to focus on people in graduate school and shortly thereafter, I think that a lot of times people stress on their passion and the fresh ideas, and I think that's incredibly important. But another aspect that I think is perhaps even more important is this multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary thinking, and the idea of the training that they've had in a diversity of things, quite literally the person I'm sharing the table with in engineering and psychology. And it's that connection between different disciplines and the perspectives that you bring. It's not even just interdisciplinary work, it's really across everything. And this unique perspective, I think, is something that early career people have more often than those who are more senior in their career, where they've taken, they have a PhD in biology or physics or engineering. And just hearing about this diversity of perspectives, I've seen so many early career researchers who are in graduate school and they're doing a summer internship at a tech company or at a space company. I've had early career researchers who are in an academic type of institution, they move to an NGO, they move to a for-profit company. And I think that that happens far more often now than it used to. And I think all of those different perspectives are key to building a better sense of not only what are the challenges, but why are they the challenges, and what are the solutions, but even perhaps more importantly, how can we implement these solutions? How can we bring various people on board with these kinds of solutions to really enable the success that we're looking for in terms of understanding this climate crisis and doing something about it? And so I really, I'm just so pleased to be here on the stage with all of the people who are really representing this and embodying this themselves. And I think that's really the key contribution that people earlier in their career, young professionals in your language, are really able to help bring to address those challenges and also the solutions.
Yeah, it's true that before, in our parents' time or even our time, you would study law or medicine or economics or engineering. And nowadays, not only you have a much wider variety of kinds of studies. I mean, you have the choice between, I think in the Netherlands, it's like 3,000 different kinds of studies, which indeed are also interdisciplinary. But also, in the past, people used to work in one company and stay there for the rest of their life. I mean, how many people have not spent their whole life at ESA or at Shell or whatever? And nowadays, it's also much more accepted to, as you say, go into public and private or NGO and do different things, which will really cross-fertilize and enrich, I think, a person's perspective and experience. So, yeah, very true. Milica, over to you. Where are you? Could you share a few short thoughts about how emerging spacefaring countries, perhaps like your own country, Serbia, is benefiting from space science and technology for climate change? And in that perspective, what is working well or not?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me here and being part of the panel. And thank you for the question. I think it's very important that we bring up the developing countries up to this discussion. Why is that? So I would like to say that first to start with a word challenge. We have, like, in my country, in Serbia, in my home country, we have challenge with, because we don't have space agency, we don't have space program or space education or curricula, so nothing space related, unfortunately. And also there is issue, so we are at the conference talking about climate crisis and environmental issues. And in Serbia, they are not recognized yet as on the level as they should. So combining those two with no space agency, space program, and lack of understanding for the climate crisis and in general environmental issues with all the pollutions and biodiversity laws in Serbia, it's really, really hard to work. There are a couple of organizations and mostly in institutions as a part of university who are actually working on using space data, but mostly for agricultural purposes. So that is like the only thing that we are doing so far. There are also several initiatives that are trying to implement and bring space to Serbia. My organization is one of those as well. So it's a challenging, so for the question, what we do good and what we do bad. Unfortunately, more is with the bad because we are not doing much. But I'm really positive that will change soon because, as we know, climate issues and environmental issues have no borders. So we are all affected. And as we heard so much during the yesterday and today, space technology is one of the crucial tools to help us not to find solutions, but also to adapt on these changes that we are facing, because we have to adapt since everything related to climate and environmental changes happen very fast. So yes, I think that the case, also I can agree with a lot of what Saba said so far for her country, for Jordan. It's kind of the same, since we are in the same group of non-space countries. So I really hope that will change and that we will do something more about it. And I also have to agree with Agnieszka about the government's issues. So one of the key things is that governments of the countries recognize the problem, and also to recognize space as one of the tools to help us overcome that problem.
And would it, in that sense, then help to have an agency and a program to be able to then make use of space more? Do you think that would be a good tool for the country to have to make things better?
I think, but first, what my personal opinion is, I'm also a teacher, so I think one of the first things will be to educate, and through space curricula, and also to educate about environment and to link environment with space. So I would say that the first thing first would be to set up a program, space program, in a sense of education and outreach. And after that, slowly, of course, that space agency would, I mean, if my opinion is that every country should have space agency. Mm-hmm. So we are unfortunately not, we're far from that, but that is something that should change, so we'll see.
And probably Jordan also doesn't have a space agency? I'm not very aware, but...
Not yet.
Not yet.
Basically, our organization basically acts as a space agency.
Yeah.
Like, people approach us, they're like, we couldn't find a Jordanian space agency. We're trying to create partnerships with your government. We only found you. I'm like, well, I'm happy to facilitate this, but I can't even get to the government right now. So, you know, they have other priorities. That's why taking that angle of, you know, the national priorities, the sustainable development goals, it's a really important step to try and bridge this mentality.
Yeah, and Agnieszka and Lev, you both have ties to Poland. I mean, Poland has had an agency and a program and is working on a law, I believe.
Yeah.
Do you confirm that that is indeed a way to become an actor, to just start by having an agency and a program and be active in the field?
I'm not sure if you agree, but not necessary. So, I mean, I think it's very good to have an agency, obviously. It puts the country on the next level, especially when it comes to international cooperation and having things centralized. But I think the first thing, especially now, is for the country, for the government to use space technology. And you don't need agency for that from the start. So what I mean by using space technology, having the Ministry of Environment or Ministry of Agriculture, use space tools, space services, space data, space applications for farmers, for sustainable agriculture, for forestry, for, and you don't need agency for that. So I know that, for instance, a lot of our clients, our customers are usually government entities, not space agencies, because space agencies usually do not have big budgets, except in few countries, which I'm not going to name. But they are more there to do research and to do, market uptake, which is of course important. But like when we look, for instance, in countries in Southeast Asia or Africa or Latin America, you cannot expect, 37 countries in Africa all have space agency. But you should expect them to use space data to deal with their natural disasters, droughts, hunger, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's the first thing. And the agency, then if you feel like you have the funds and you have the means, it's a natural step, not necessarily first step.
And there can be an intermediate step also, of course, having an office instead of an agency or something like that. I mean, it does perhaps help to have a focal point.
For sure.
But of course, in Europe, we're very fortunate to have a big agency, namely ESA, so that brings me naturally to Rune.
With a budget.
With a budget. How about ESA and other agencies that we have seen, of course, during the past few days? Are they good at engaging ideas and contributions from young and younger enthusiasts on climate scene, and what are major agencies like ESA doing to inspire young professionals, and is it any different in the space sector than in, for instance, another technology sector, to your view?
Yes, so thank you very much for this question. It's been very interesting to listen to my at least younger professionals, to hear their very insightful comments about what is happening. I must say that you have been very polite also, because in my opinion, actually this meeting that is happening here could arguably be said to be the most important meeting at this conference. And that's not because myself or anybody else from a major space agency is presenting or talking here, but it's because this will be a platform for actually speaking directly to not just me and Alison, but the whole range of, let's say, senior leaders that we see here, and they're actually in great numbers here at this conference. So I'll come to that in a bit later in my intervention here. But I guess my feeling is, to use the words of Minister Bart Eide, who spoke here yesterday, who was, I think, touching us with first of all, honest, but also kind of passionate words, where he said, when he was asked, are politicians doing good? And he was asked basically the same question, and he said, we are not good, but we are getting better. And I think for the space agencies, we are seeing something similar, because we are also representatives of the space sector, and we are governed by the same ministries, obviously. So, to give some examples of what is happening, for example, in the agency where I work, we have created new categories of professionals, for example, that can come and work for our agency. It's a junior professional program that allows for people to come and work with us and gain important experience working directly with the program managers, working directly with the scientists, working directly with the people who run projects together with the community, and getting, let's say, into this world. That doesn't mean they stay with us forever. They can come for a while and understanding how this world works, and then go back in other parts of the world. We support mobility as well, and then we see later how it goes, whether they choose to continue in an academic career, in an NGO type of career, in a political career, or in an agency type of career. And these are things that we have recognized that are important to feed into this ecosystem. And it starts also before that with training opportunities. Yeah? So we have training programs both for, let's say, people who have just graduated and also for postgraduates. And they are growing in number because we realize that we at the Space Agency, if we are going to be able to continue to be good project managers, good program managers, we cannot just rely on the experience that we made maybe decades ago, right? Well, when we were ourselves active researchers. So this interaction is gradually taking a stronger position within the execution of space programs. And that's actually a pretty good experience. And for that, we have created, let's say, things like a science hub. That's as a place where people can come and work with us. We do not necessarily pay you, but at least we offer you the possibility to come and stay with you for more or less as long as you want, to be there and learn from the experience and talk directly with the people who are driving the programs. And that is for science, that is also for transformational innovation, how the way we bring in new technologies like machine learning, artificial intelligence, all kinds of new developments that are happening, let's say, in the perimeter of Earth observation or climate discussion. We also have started recently with something that we call open calls. So these are calls that provide funding to the community without necessarily having to fit a particular programmatic framework. This means that we are open to ideas that come, let's say, out of the blue or come, let's say, from people who do not necessarily have followed the traditional path of entering into the space program. And it is actually, I'm happy to say this is the most successful program that we have in terms of number of proposals that we get from the community. So this is, I think it's getting better. This is, I'm not trying to sort of defend myself and rest on our laurels, let's just speaking like that. It's a fact that this is growing and the opportunities are there. So we have done something more to build on this, which is when we look at the strategies, the scientific strategy, the climatic strategy that we would like to follow for the future, we have actually given 2 areas of this in the hands of the youngsters. The first one is the open innovation aspect of it, the way that you do things in an open and inclusive way. I think this is something I can let's say, without hesitation say that this is driven 100% by the younger colleagues at the European Space Agency. And they grabbed this opportunity and very happy to be that and to be doing that, and it is also in our experience, the best solution, because they have a different way of working together than the old school professors that we all knew from back when we were studying. Yeah? So there is a generational change there, and it is working there very well. The second area where younger colleagues are really driving the development of the Space Agency and the Space Agency's business is in the area of digital innovation, obviously. Yeah? Anyone above the age of 40, I think, is kind of outdated in this business. And with the way we try to sort of make sure that the solutions that we plan, the solutions that are needed, not just today, but also a few years from now, we need to have this driven by the right people from the start. And so these 2 areas of the scientific and exploitation strategy of the agency are actually driven by youngsters. And this is working very well, and we have only good experience with this. Now, is this any better or worse than in other sectors? Well, obviously there is fight for talent. Yeah? I mean, everybody knows that the IT sector is in dire need for talent as well, and they pay well, yeah. And this is a fact. Said that, the type of people that we attract usually have, let's say, the right passion for the thing that we are working on. They have usually also a combination of an interest in Earth observation or climate science, as well as in IT, and these are the right people for pushing this thing further. So, yes, there is competition. Maybe we do not necessarily offer the highest salaries, but we offer good jobs, we offer meaningful jobs, and we offer also the possibility for younger people to be part of the decision-making process and part of the definition of the future programs. And that's what I would have liked also to hear from more people here, to say that this is actually the way to go. You are actually a bit too modest, in my opinion. But, so, coming back to where I started, we are not great, but doing better, I think. And I'll come back to what we should do more when I have a chance to speak a little bit later on.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure we'll come back to that. So it's interesting you're saying all these programs that exist, the young graduate traineeships and these junior professional programs and so on, they serve on the one hand, or they are executed on the one hand by having seniors taking juniors by the hand and teaching them the ropes of the game, but also actually it's important to give them the lead and to actually let them be the decision makers. I think that is something that's indeed important.
So it's about finding the middle way between taking them by the hand and throwing them just into deep waters. I mean, we find a middle way, right? And we don't have, let's say, necessarily the crystal ball on all of this, but by working together, actually, we have only good experience with this.
Yeah, great. Does NASA have similar programs, Alison?
Yes, and I think in a couple of different dimensions. So we have programs that are focused on early career researchers, which are opportunities for people in graduate school and shortly thereafter to propose, and their competition pool is each other versus competing with more senior career researchers. So I think that that's an opportunity. Within our NASA centers and facilities, we also have internships, various fellowship kinds of programs that bring people in and help support them and mentor them. I think that mentorship is probably always going to be an area where everyone is going to need some improvement in, and NASA is no exception to that. You know, I started as a very clearly early career research person. Now I'm sort of in perhaps a middle career research, a middle career person. I wouldn't say I'm a researcher anymore. And so I think that mentorship happens at all stages, and you learn from people who are earlier in their career, later in their career, and sort of thinking about those diverse perspectives. And I'll also put in a pitch for one more aspect where we often associate early career research with people who are younger. And that is often true, but it's not always true. And one of the things that we look to do is support transitioning career professionals. And so that's actually why our programs are based on sort of years since your terminal degree versus your specific age. And I think that that has been a nice way to support people who used to be teachers and now want to move into a research field. And so that's sort of increasing our diversity of perspectives and opportunities to do that through that lens.
Yeah, I definitely agree that you can indeed learn from each other, and I want to make mention of the IAF mentorship program as well, actually here to give a pitch for that, because that is also, I think, a wonderful tool, and I've had the privilege of mentoring someone last year and now again, and indeed, I also learned from them, and that is, I think, a very fruitful
if I may add
change.
to that,
Yeah.
I think that both programs are tremendous, and I'm really glad we're having this conversation, but I think it's really important that when we speak about space and youth, to not only focus on youth in space or in the space career or space sector, but at all young people who can benefit from space tools and what they do, especially when it comes to climate, when we look at this conference. But I speak to a lot of young people as part of my youth delegate position, and when I say space and sustainability, the first thing is the big question mark, how those things go together, and then why it's important. Something I like to do is ask them, oh, what do your parents do, or what do you do? And then when they tell me, I go, okay, so here's how this relates to space. Here is where space technology is relevant, and what you do, what your parents do, what you do at your school, what you're interested in. And I think that's really important to keep in mind. We can't just talk about youth in the space sector, but space as a tool, you use the word, I like the word, the space tools have to be available to everyone, and that's something we need to focus on if we want to go forward and do well in the planetary crisis.
And it's also what Rune mentioned, I think, with your open source program. Do you also see ideas coming there from non-space people about climate change, for instance?
We do, yeah. So we see an opening up. I mean, the space agencies today are definitely going beyond the core business of the space agencies of just a few years ago. So it's all about supporting the uptake of climate or Earth observation data in services, applications, in the broadest sense possible. And it's exactly what you say. It's global. It's not only for youth. It's for everyone. Yeah. And we are trying to somehow do what we can to prepare society, help society dealing with this information, not just data, but real information that is actionable or useful for policy, but also for citizens at all levels to be part of the, let's say, the general debate in society about what needs to be done to manage our planet, as you say. So this is a challenge also for the space agencies, by the way, because we don't have all of these expertise in our house. So we need to reach out to new partners, new stakeholders, and to make sure that we set up the various activities and let's say, beyond space type of programs for the right reasons and so on. And we are learning how to do that as well. I mean, this is, there is money, there is funding, and maybe even more funding than for space activities in doing so if we are to do it right. I mean, the green transition, for example, is something that will require investment at the level of trillions for the society. Okay, there's much more than what's going into any single space program. But for us to come there with a technological push to drive all of this will not work. It has to be driven from the solutions, what we do for society. And this is a new type of business that the space agencies are in.
Can I add on to...
Absolutely.
So what you were both saying about kind of the accessibility from a educational and professional background, and I think, you know, NASA and ESA are amazing, but I wouldn't have been able to work at ESA if I wasn't Canadian. And I think, you know, similarly for NASA, most programs, if you don't have a US citizenship, you can't get access to them. And this is a huge problem because also, as you said, you need the expertise in these countries. There are people in other countries who are already passionate about space or want to get into it. We don't have a space agency, they don't have a space agency. So to me, it seems very obvious, the solution, right? But again, this goes back to the restrictions on the space industry because it's space and defense. This idea of dual use and security restrictions, that's also why I keep repeating, you know, this thing of decoupling defense and space, which people in the space industry think I'm crazy when I say this, but it's really about reframing the way that we structure our organizations. No one is saying stop working with the military period, but think about how to separate science and exploration from these activities, to actually let people who can contribute get access to these programs as well.
Yeah, indeed, good point. I want to stay with you and ask you a question. The following, Clay referred to the 3G program or the drive that is always important to have differences in geography. I think we're doing quite well. We have a quite diverse panel in generation. That was the whole setup of this panel. But what about gender? And I think this is the first panel where we have only Rune as representative of the male category.
My best.
Very brave. Now you know how we sometimes feel. But Saba, when I discussed with you, you mentioned that the Space for Climate group was majority female, and also your Jordan Space Research Initiative is all female, I believe, in working in climate change. And that made me wonder, are women more concerned or inclined to talk about climate change?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting question. I personally, I don't like saying any specific gender is more inherently likely to do something, but at the same time, from my personal experience, so the application for the Jordan Space Research Initiative was open to everyone. The SGAC application was open to everyone. Most of the people who applied were female. Most of the people who got selected were female also because they seemed to put in more effort into their applications. I think that goes back to also a lot of women in the space industry, you know, with imposter syndrome and thinking, I'm not going to get this job, I shouldn't even apply, or if you apply, you kind of go the extra mile. So I think that might have something to do with it. And then also, if you think about climate change and the climate crisis, it's not, you know, it doesn't exist in a bubble. There's already inequalities that women face that only get, you know, magnified because of the climate crisis. And I think because of that, they may be more likely to pay attention to it because they already have these systemic barriers that they're facing, and they see that climate change is making them worse, and not just for themselves, but also for their communities. And I found, especially with my work in Jordan, so my team is all women, and only 2 of us have a space background, actually. The other women want to just bring new opportunities to their communities, to their countries, and especially looking at it through the lens of sustainable development. And I also wanted to share one of my favorite quotes from Queen Rania of Jordan, actually, who said that if you empower a woman, you empower a whole society. Because women tend to take what they learn and bring it back to their communities. So when I look at the climate community, our SGAC group, the Jordan Initiative, I also see this very clearly in terms of how the composition of the group ends up being somehow.
Interesting, interesting. And Agnieszka, did your perspective on this topic change after becoming a mother recently? How do you share something about that?
Absolutely, and thank you for asking that, because I was actually just thinking about it, looking at this little guy over there,
exactly,
who is my son, and it totally changes, because all of a sudden, and I think, and this is, I'm also like you, I don't want to generalize and saying, women are more likely to do this, but at the same time, it's true, on some things. Like, there is this maternal instinct, for instance, when you have a child, and I have his entire future planned out, right? Even though he's probably going to do something completely different in my head. And I think about his future a lot, and I worry about it. And I'm like, this is like, I want him to have a good life, and clean air, and clean water, etc. And I'm not sure if, sorry to put you on the spot, but my partner thinks about that too. Not because he doesn't care, but it's just not this is not how he's wired, right? He's focusing more on now, on the present. Well, women we worry, right? And I worry, and so it definitely changes something. And as you said, we're more about thinking about the community, the family, the hen, that is trying to
matriarchal.
Yes, and of course you cannot. Again, not every
you can't generalize.
No, yeah, but there is something to it. So I definitely buy into that argument. And also we've noticed today, which was very funny. So there's 7 of us from Planet at this conference, and we've realized that it's our CEO, Will Marshall, and 6 women. and it's pretty like, I mean, it's incidental. Yeah. It's not like we are making a statement here, but it's actually very cool incident to be, you have these female professionals who are here, and it's fine, and he's a minority, and it's great that he knows what it's like.
Yeah, he's holding strong. Melissa, we haven't heard from you in a while. I want to turn to you again. You are a former winner of the UN Office for Outer Space Affairs Space for Youth program. And I wanted to ask you how you feel that the UN is doing. Are they doing enough in making sure that youth is involved in climate action, and what space can contribute to that? Can you share about that, please?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's interesting, and it's connected with what we were discussing about what ESA is doing, and NASA, and also UN. So yes, as you mentioned, I'm a former Space for Youth winner. And it's interesting because that was in 2019, and that year topic was how space technology can contribute to achieving SDGs. And I chose to write an idea about, obviously, climate action. And back then, I attended my first IAC, and when I was talking about environment and climate change and space, people were a little bit of skeptic, like not so into that. But here we are 4 years later, having conference about that. Mm. So that's a good progress. So we're, I think, on a good way. Mm. But back to the question, what with the UN and their support for youth, to not be so polite, I must say, yes, that I didn't have after that not much connection with NOSA, and which is, I think, very. Maybe I can say sad.
A loss for them, no?
Yes, because there was an idea. They're continue working with having the same competition, but I don't see after the competition. I don't see that it's anything else like happening, and that is a loss. So I think it would be very good if UN and the rest of the agencies and the, let's say, big players involve more youth. We heard some great initiatives that they have, programs, but again, Saba mentioned that if she is not also Canadian, she won't be able to participate and work for ESA. And for me, it's also the case because Serbia is not a state member, and for most of the applications or open calls, I cannot apply. Yeah. And again, there is a loss of really good potential, of expertise, of ideas, of overall, like positive energy, and that energy to change something and do something good for the planet, for the environment, for space in general, and Earth and our mankind. So I think that we should more. Now I'm slowly going out of the youth part, but I think that we should definitely get youth more involved, as you mentioned, and also to be part of decision-making processes, because this planet and everything that we are doing will stay to them at the end. And so, yeah.
No, it's important. And I've heard several of you say, having the right passport can open doors, or having the wrong passport can keep a lot of doors closed, unfortunately.
Let me just add to that, because I think this is a very valid discussion, an important one. And I think industry can really play a role there as well, in a sense that the space world doesn't just end at agencies, and which for obvious reasons, if it's taxpayers' money, why should taxpayers pay for somebody else's salary? I understand the logic, but the industry, for instance, is there and looking for talent all the time. I know some companies, you've also mentioned it would be ideal if the decoupling of defense and space would happen, because there's security issues, and some companies will also not hire. However, there are more, especially when you look at new space companies that are, Planet being one of them, that are mission-driven. We, for instance, hire regardless of your passport, but a really talent focus. So if we think you're really good and there's a fit for whatever job, we're going to make it work. And I think there are more companies like that, but we also are not defense focused. Obviously, every company, it's dual use, and obviously there is, but we're, our data is all unclassified, et cetera. So, but there are other companies like that too. Don't give up.
No, for sure. I want. That's why I'm here. That's why I decided to stay in space industry and do something, and started my own organization. First of all, to educate youth in students in my home country that there's tons of possibilities. They just need to keep looking and to a little bit guide them how they can find the possibilities. But also I want to say thank you for having your planet open for everybody, as Serbia is also not in the European Union. And also that is an issue, because sometimes we cannot find work and actually get accepted for work because of the passport and because of the legal issues and stuff. So that's politics. But I'm very happy and glad to hear that there are companies.
Because if the company, wants somebody, they can apply for your visa, and
it's easier, of course. Process. But
if I may, we are drifting into politics here. But obviously, let's say I listen to this kind of concern, and we realize that. Having a European member state passport is not the prerequisite for entering the gate of an ESA site. Okay? So you can come and work with us, let's say unpaid, and to understand how the program works, while the agency as such works with your home countries, at least the ones that are close to within the European borders somehow, and still not a member state of the European Space Agency, to see how we can actually integrate. And there are programs like a program of European cooperating states and so on that will allow for these things once that the process has been started at political level. And before that happens, you are more than welcome. You can use me and what I'm saying here on stage today to say you'd like to visit and see how we work. In terms of exploitation, science, we are all open. The shop is open. Yeah.
Thank you.
Noted. Excellent.
I'll also add that science is a collaborative process, and I tend to think a little bit more in the science and application space as opposed to the technology space. And yes, there are limitations in various places about citizenship and residency status, but we do have a variety of people who work at NASA from a variety of backgrounds. But furthermore, I always remind researchers in the US that you can work with NASA without working at NASA. And we have researchers at universities, but the same is also true internationally, that there's opportunities for collaboration. I don't want to ignore the fact that that does require funding. You can't always expect people to work without some kind of resource base. But there are still opportunities for collaboration, and that's where things can start and opportunities can open up. So I do appreciate that there are limitations, and I don't want to belittle them. But I also want to say that people can think about these collaborative opportunities. For example, I mentioned it in another session I was in about a program called SERVIR, which is a collaboration between NASA and the US Agency for International Development, where there's hubs around the world that are regionally based, that are focused on people and employ people from those countries, and so those are opportunities as well. Again, sort of, you don't have to work at NASA to work with NASA, and I suspect the same is true for my colleagues at other space agencies as well.
Yeah, interesting. And from your experience in the various roles that you have, what are the education and training and skills that we need to focus on for youth, that they are equipped to address these climate change challenges?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So another role that I have is managing, until recently, was managing a program called GLOC, which is an international science and education program. And I think what's really valuable about that program, and is valuable for anyone, frankly, of any age, but this is particularly targeted for primary and secondary students, is thinking like a scientist, understanding how to critically analyze information, how to ask questions, how to think about how would you design a study or an experiment to answer that question. Those are incredibly important skills for understanding climate change and acting, but it's useful for just about everything in the world. And I think that thinking through that scientific mindset is a critical skill that we can use in every field, and really there is no harm in being able to analyze information and being able to act on it. And so I think that skills that focus on that will enable people to enter into a space sector, will enable people to enter into sectors that think about climate change and solutions to climate change. And also a variety of other benefits as well. So it's one of those cases where we can't really lose by enabling students to think like a scientist and to kind of take those critical thinking approaches.
And of course, we're super happy with everything that SGAC is doing, but you have to be 18 to join that. And so I think I hear you say we should also focus on school children, secondary, primary.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
This is why I brought my 14-month-old to a space conference.
Yes, to prepare
what is it?
But he's never interested.
Yeah, he's very brave. He's very good.
If I could maybe
yes, go ahead,
add on to that. I think it's important when we have these discussions to not only think about the opportunities on an individual level, but I mean, given my background, it's hard for me to not be polite, but I will try. But I think we have to recognize the urgency and the urgency of fighting climate change. We are looking into a catastrophic future, an existential threat through a triple planetary crisis. We cannot afford to exclude anyone who could help us. If it's youth or people from the global south, any barriers we build do not only disadvantage those people, but they disadvantage the global fight against climate change. I just want to make that very clear, and I think that's something to keep in mind. It's not just about individual politics, as you said, it's about survival at this point.
Yeah, that makes me silent. Jessica, thank you. Thank you.
But exactly what you said, and I think this is what you just said, I think presented why the voice of youth is so important.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to hear people say that at a higher level because of the politics and because of the constraints and individual agendas, etc. But the youth is looking at things globally because you are thinking about your future. And you don't care about politics because you just want to have a change and you want to have an impact. And so this is why it's so crucial to hear those voices like yours constantly at events, in press, because we need to be reminded all the time, why do we do what we're doing? And this is where you come in. You're like almost like our conscience. And I really applaud you for it, that you have the guts to do it. And this is where youth is so phenomenal, because they can. They do it because they can and because they care, and nobody pays them for it. They do it because they genuinely care. And so I want to give you...
Go for it. And that actually ties in quite nicely, because I see the time is going very fast, and I want to look a little bit at the questions we have here, and there's one that got the most votes, and which is what seems to be the biggest difference in mentality towards climate change between young and old generation, and I think we're sort of touching on that in this previous discussion. But does anyone else see differences in approach, or what
I would like to add, to get back to this and involvement of youth. I think that from my personal experience as working as a climate activist and a lot of workshops and working with them in school, the younger we get them involved, the better. And they are actually the one who will teach older generation about the climate change and why is it important to act now. Because we are talking here like the older generation, and we are just talking and not actually doing anything, but they will, let's say, force us to actually do something. Because when child of, I don't know, like 10 years comes to you and tell you, why you're taking this plastic bag, use this bag, you will do it.
Yeah, you're going to feel stupid. And you're
exactly,
like...
exactly. And they are smarter than some of the things that we are.
Yes, Rune.
Yes, I would like to say something here. There is another striking difference, I think, which is that the young people who have come here, they have actually sat down in all of the sessions, listening to the senior people,
and
understanding what is happening, whereas what is happening right now is not exactly the reciprocal of that.
Yeah.
Okay. So, because what is happening right now, any senior official in this room, kudos that you are here. Great. But for those who are not here, they are using this opportunity for other types of meetings, because this is also a networking event. So, and on top of that, I'd like to say that in the organization of the program committee for this meeting, I looked before coming here on stage this afternoon, and I'm not sure I'm able to find a single person below the age of 40, or at least not below 30. Okay. I don't know everybody. I hope I don't offend anyone, but this is the reality. So what I would propose, or at least for this organization to consider, that next time we organize a GLOC, that one day is organized by the younger generation. Or at least that there is sufficient representation of the younger generation on the program committee to derive and define exactly what should be done. And then we will see whether the situation is what we are facing here right this afternoon, where the seniors are somewhere else having networking meetings, which is about business, or not.
Yeah, I think that is a super important message, Rune. Thank you. And I think we can actually use that remark as our conclusion for the next panel. What should be done better? Here you go. One
Make
very pragmatic
mandatory for
So thank you so much. 2 seconds over time. We did well. Thank you very much for all your insights. I really enjoyed the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Tanya, for moderating this session. And of course, also to all our speakers, please, if you come forward for a group picture. I just need to add to your comment, of course, this panel was organized by our next generation, by SGAC and our committees, which also doesn't help to attract the senior people, as you see. I think we need to look in that direction, please. Good. Shall I help you? Thank you. So we'll just wait for the group picture to be taken to move forward into our next panel, which again was organized by the next generation. while the first panel was looking into whether we are doing well, I must say, after listening to this panel, I think we are not doing too bad, I would say, but we all agree that we can always do better. So, Clay, now it is up to you as the moderator of the next panel that is titled, Can We Do Better? An Intergenerational Pact for Space and Climate Action. Clay, please.
Well, I hope everyone... Oh, just lost my microphone, sorry. I hope everyone's not too tired. We're at the last panel of the day. You know, I'm a dad. I have 3 kids all around 20 years old, and I'm always making dad jokes. You know, I'm known for my bad dad jokes. So I'm going to start with it's time to GLOC and roll, okay? You got to lock in here and finish the day strong, okay? Bad one? Okay. That's the best. If you groan, then you know it's a good dad joke. That's how you know it's a good dad joke. So say, I need to just... Okay, perfect. So thank you, Tanya. That was a great panel. Thank you to all the panelists. Really enjoyed the discussion and the interchange. And yeah, we can always do better, by the way, in how we organize these sessions. We're learning as we go. I love this venue. I love the interaction that we've been able to engineer here with this kind of in a boxing ring or a circle in the round. So I think we may use this for some of our future events going forward because it's such a great way to interact. And I think it's a great point about trying to include young professionals, not only in designing the programming, but in the panels themselves. I know in other events that I've done, we look for using young people as moderators often, as well as panelists. And it really works well when you have young people asking the older generation the questions. Okay, so the next panel here is, can we do better? A generational pact for space and climate action. And the burning question here, what is the responsibility of the space community in prioritizing climate action, and how can we work across generations to implement real solutions? So I'm going to invite my panelists here on the stage, and let me start with Giulia Bordacchini. Yeah, Giulia, please come up. Giulia is the Space for Climate Action co-lead for SGAC. Welcome, Giulia. Next is Joe Landon. Joe Landon is the Chief Executive Officer of Crescent Space. Welcome, Joe. Next is Satesh Raj Periasamy. Satesh is a grant winner and a student at the University of Naples, Federico II. Yeah, not the first. Second. Okay, it's important. Next, we have Anna Raposo, Space Applications Engineer from ESA. Sabine van der Eck, a board member for Communications and Political Relations at OHB. Yeah. They're coming from every direction. I have to stay on my toes. And last but not least, Dominique Tillmans, the president of UBC. Thank you all for being here. This is formidable. Now I have 6 on 1, so maybe I can make this work. And by the way, the speaker bios are on the website. If I did the speaker bios, we'd probably have 10 minutes left at the end. So we're going to go straight to questions. Start with Giulia. I've asked all the panelists, by the way, to give me a couple of questions, and then we'll take your other questions from the audience here on the Slido app. So if you have questions, feel free to ask those. But we're going to go around with 1 question each, and then we'll go around again. Try to keep it moving, and if you have intervention for any of the responses, please just signal to me. So Giulia, young space professionals are carrying out dissemination activities for climate action in several areas. Which actions are the top priorities? Which actions can be implemented quickly? And which actions will have the most impact?
Thank you, Clay. I would say, as you may saw also today, we were expressing I would say we wanted to disseminate the result of our report through the SGAC one. So also the idea at the time was for sure to provide a position to the organization and so on. But it was mostly to make clarity. So we wanted to understand which could be identified as a top priority in every single angle that we were identifying, obviously understanding that was waterfalling on several stakeholders. So I wouldn't make the discussion so general, I would say, but our top priority, in my opinion, is to clarify all the aspects that we are discussing today and during the past 2 days. So we are talking about decarbonization, but decarbonization of what? The manufacturing sector, the energy sector. We have so many vertical markets here on Earth that are converging and having the same problem. And obviously, space can be an enabler, and it's up on us to disseminate, I would say, first of all, the benefit, because we can see the benefit on the population, we can see the benefit on the young generation, we can see the benefit on, I would say, as it has been mentioned also in the previous panel, at a scholastic level, at a university level, at a research level. So, which are the priorities so far? Apart from make clear that we are talking about something that is concrete and it's impacting our ordinary life, we should make our life intentional. So as a young generation, I think, and this perhaps is the biggest contrast with the other generation, also the unborn one, because we're always talking about the comparison of existing generation, but we should also think about the fact that there are generations that are still not there. So obviously we should leave a world that is suitable for in all the aspects, and not only, I would say, about the most practical stuff that we can already monitor from space, but in every single more anthropogenic aspects, I would say. So, I would say that we have also very different representative of the different priorities that we could tackle so far. But I would say that the most important thing is the dialogue. So we should really pass the message that passion and dialogue are the main means to bring the situation forward. We should be intentional with our ordinary action. So we live an ordinary life, all of us, and I think that all of us, we wake up in the morning, we buy clothes, we decide the way we are reaching, a place or our school, our working place, and so on. So we should understand which are the most impactful actions so far, and while disseminating whatever the space sector can do for that.
Okay, very good. We always say, think globally, act locally, yeah?
Yes,
yeah?
exactly.
Yeah? So you have to take a personal action on that. So Joe, you just started a company to do communications around the moon, like a lunar communications network? Wow, right? That's kind of probably didn't think about that when you were 10 years ago, that you'd be doing that. So, why do we invest time and resources in exploring the moon? Really, what does it have to do with the topics and debate and discussion we have going on here?
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to this conversation because I think the space sector is really broad and has lots of topics, and climate is a very important one. But the topic that you teed up here for this is about priorities, and priorities implies choices, right, and different choices. So not everyone in the space industry can focus on climate, and nor should we. There are, the benefits of doing work anywhere in space, there are direct and indirect benefits to Earth for all of that. So even when we go and explore the moon, that has indirect benefits on how we understand the Earth and how we can address climate change. And specifically looking at the moon, exploring places like the moon or Mars, it tells us about the Earth, and it helps us understand things that we didn't know about the Earth. Like, for example, how do we grow food on a space station or on Mars can help us to adapt plants and biology to a changing climate here on Earth, right? Things like that. Studying space also helps us better understand and better protect our world. So we know that the planet Venus in the solar system once might have been hospitable to life, and now is completely uninhabitable, and be due to the atmosphere and the runaway greenhouse effect that happened there. So that is again, we won't learn about we won't be able to fully appreciate Earth without going out into the solar system and doing this other work to understand what has happened elsewhere. And then climate change isn't the only threat we face. I think going out and exploring the solar system and the environment around the Earth helps us to identify other threats like near-Earth objects or asteroids that we might be able to prevent another type of disaster in the future as well.
Great. Satish.
Yes.
What motivated you towards environmental advocacy? How do you manifest that motivation within the space community to implement real change?
Right. Thanks for the question, Claire. I've been working with a few nonprofit organizations, and I've got like some training in journalism, and those sort of experiences have like got me to work more with environmental advocacy areas. But I think what really got me started was, I think I want to start with like, an experience that I had back in college. I'm not sure how many of you guys have had an encounter with monkeys, like, but I've had, and I would say this is a pretty interesting encounter.
Monkeys?
Monkeys, yes.
Okay, just everybody heard that, monkeys, right?
Yeah. So when I was back in college in Malaysia, I was heading back to my college dormitory after having bought my lunch, nasi lemak. It's a very delicious Malaysian dish. So out of nowhere, this monkey just jumped down from the other side of the fence, and it never let me pass. So I took a step back, it took a step forward, I took right, it went left, so there was no way of me running away from the monkey. And then there was no one else who I could also get help from, so I knew at that moment I had to let go of my nasi lemak, and I did. And the monkey eventually let me go. And I was glad that I survived that incident, and because monkeys can be really violent, and it also got me thinking. I mean, it was a pretty amusing scenario or incident, but after a while, I mean, that has been running in my mind, and it also got me thinking of the larger issues at play, and reflecting on how these monkeys once used to thrive in their natural habitats were forced to flee out of their natural habitats and be displaced because of unscrupulous land clearing and massive deforestation. And that was like the main issue, I guess, that got me thinking how it also highlighted the wildlife and human conflict that arises due to, I mean, in many areas due to rapid development, and how these rapid development projects are encroaching upon habitats of wildlife, and the sort of consequences of unsustainable forest management practices despite having environmental policies or laws in place. So that was one incident. And another one was the secrecy surrounding the Trans-Pacific Partnership negotiations back then, way back then. So it also was alarming to find out that how corporations or multinational entities can just get away and just get away without any sort of like accountability or responsibility. And also like, I mean, especially when they've violated the environment. And this realization, and this also made me realize how certain entities or like certain, I mean, there exists this imbalance of power, and how governments can also be like sued, and these guys can get away from, I mean, after violating the environment. So that started, I mean, this sort of personal experiences got me started to address and like be part of the civil society communities, civil society movement. And reflecting that to the space community, I think we can, because like Sabah also mentioned about how there was a systemic issue that perpetuate environmental degradation and disregard for nature. So I think based on these experiences that some of us have, and like bringing that to the space community, we can definitely do better than other industries when it comes to transparency and accountability with regards to climate action. And similar to points or suggestions that have been brought up like throughout these past 2 days, I think we should also be advocating for a holistic and inclusive approach. And we have seen or heard in different sessions on how space industry can be contributing significantly by leveraging satellite data for maintaining and mitigating deforestation, supporting climate modeling. But to be real, we also got to acknowledge the shortcomings within our industry, which has also been brought up by the previous session. And I think by reflecting to what extent we are complicit or not within our industry, and then we can, or by enabling other parties in enabling further degradation. And I think by being real with ourselves and fostering more collaborations with grassroots movements and frontliners and other stakeholders would be the way forward.
All right, thank you. Don't mess with the monkey, I think is the lesson there. Dominique, humankind has always sought to progress, but for decades it's the Earth that we've been putting in danger here, yeah? Why can't politicians, you're a former politician yourself, why can't you make the right decisions? And why can't you do it quickly? What's holding it up?
Well, Clay, allow me to start with a little story.
Please.
We are, and I would like that you keep this story in your memory. We are in 2100s. We discover powerful energy, and then we can travel anywhere in the universe. And there is a wealthy Mexican astronaut who wants to go to the Sombrero Galaxy. Of course, he's Mexican, so he wants to go to the Sombrero Galaxy. And I go with him. So I explain to everybody. So the launch is perfect. He leaves Earth, he passes through the moon, through Mars, through Jupiter, Saturn, and then he's going. It's far, of course, it's far. Do you know that the Sombrero Galaxy, it's 6.58 light years away. Yeah, but at that time, it's not so far. So he goes out, he's going out of the solar system, and he continues in the Milky Way. The Milky Way is so huge, and he continues. Well, he feels a little bit lonely, but anyway, he continues. Everything is dark. Everything is black. Everything looks empty. And he continues to his goal. He goes to this. He leaves the Milky Way direction to the Galaxia Sombrero. And then finally, he arrived to the Sombrero Galaxia, and then he stayed a few years and discovered many things. It was very interesting, but he feels lonely. And well, he wants to see humans, he wants to talk, he wants to go back to Earth. So he decided to go back to Earth. And he takes, of course, the same way. So he goes out of the Galaxia Sombrero, he continues, he arrived in the Milky Way, and the Milky Way is very long, and continues. Finally, he see our solar system, and he passed through Saturn, he passed through Jupiter, through Mars, and then very far away, you see our little blue dot with this tiny ozone layer. What is the conclusion of this story? What do you think about the story? I will tell you. We are just nothing. We are just nothing in the immensity of the universe. But we are very lucky. We are very lucky. We are living on a wonderful, generous blue planet, but we don't keep enough attention to this planet. We poison it. So, are we collectively irresponsible? Yes. But providentially, we are collectively ingenious. And I'm convinced that it's possible to have a great goal between scientists and politicians concerning the climate change.
Perfect. Beautiful.
And I can continue, but I will start now. Yeah.
Beautiful. Anna, how can we improve the role of space in climate action and sustainability efforts for the wider economy and for society?
Right. I would actually like to make a point about how happy I was to see that in this conference we talked a lot about the communication gap and how space needs to look beyond its bubble. So that is where I would like to start my short narrative, because engaging with the actual end user and understanding the needs of the different sectors, more than the needs, the challenges and the problems that they face, it's where we could bring our value. And not because it's all doom and gloom, I would like to make a positive remark, if you allow me, on in ESA there's a program called Business Applications and Space Solutions that actually supports the development of applications that make use of space data and space technology to address real and key challenges on Earth. And this program actually engages with the end user in different sectors, in agriculture, in finance, in energy. So there is some discussion going on. I think we can do better as a whole, as a whole sector, and increase this communication, because it's also this communication and that would allow us to identify the priorities and where we can put our actions. And another point I would like to make is about the data, because we also talked a lot about do we have enough data? Do we need more data? And I think the point here is going from data to information and to insights, because, and I heard this in a different panel, which is, I guess, is the unfortunate thing of being in a panel on the second day where many points are mentioned, but it's a good thing that it has been addressed, which is users don't really care about where data comes from. They want information, they want the insights that it provides. And the fact that space should become this commodity and inform the different sectors on what they can address, what they should put their energy in. One point that I would like to make about this data is that perhaps users don't have the capacity, or they're not interested in accessing the data itself. So this information, these insights, can actually be provided by another layer, so a service layer. And this is an opportunity that will connect, space with the end user, and that this middleman, if we want to call it, which would be a service provider, that we had a few in the conference talking about. And that's what the point I wanted to make is how can space address and help the different sectors is instead of bringing the data and saying, this is the data we have, is actually listening from society and the wider economy. What are your problems? Do we have a match with space? Because space might not be the solution, might be part of the solution together with other inputs. So that is the short information.
You make some excellent points. I used to run the Satellite Industry Association, and people think of satellites as something very exotic and far away, hundreds if not thousands or tens of thousands of miles away. And it's really just a very tall tower, for broadcasting ones and zeros, whether it's Earth observation, whether it's satellites measuring methane in the atmosphere, whether it's communications. It's really about applications, and it's really about delivering that kind of data in a usable fashion here.
Absolutely, and it's about also becoming a commodity. I think we also need to, if you personally, that we need to stop thinking of space as something special. Space. I see space as a means to an end, to be applied to something to solve an issue.
Yeah. Sabine.
I think space is something special.
Yeah. No, absolutely. It is special, but not in a bubble, not in a silo.
No, not in a bubble. So, of course, I can give you a lecture about what space industry can contribute via satellites, and I hope no one is really waiting for me here to tell you that Earth observation satellites are obviously key instruments to fight climate change. If you're interested in, unfortunately, slides were not allowed, but I have 76 about very important Earth observation programs, but I think that space industry has also another role in fighting against climate change, because not only what our satellites or our instruments can provide, obviously in Earth observations, but our customers and our partners, they are also very sensitive when it comes to not only climate change, but also sustainability. And I think that, and this is also a little bit that space is not as special as we think when we think of where we're going, but how we work. And we are an industry with the same problems when it comes to recruiting and when it comes to, I don't know, all the problems that we have when many people work together. And this is also why we are an industry that is growing problems and opportunities when it comes to our partners and customers. And it's our customers saying, at least us, what we should do and how we should do, and we learn from them. And in space, it's not only, so one part is, of course, we have mainly institutional and governmental customers, and from a German company, Germany and Europe, there it is for us, it's a total basis that, especially in Germany, people are really focusing, politicians, on climate change. So our customers are mostly really, in Germany, for example, the Federal Ministry of Economics and Climate Action, it has it in his name, is leading the space activities. And therefore, it's obvious that we cannot, as an industry, provide solutions to our customers that are not really sensitive regarding climate change and sustainability. But also our cooperations with scientists, and not only scientists like, I don't know, at the University in Bremen, the Institute for Physik der Atmosphäre. They have been contributing so much for developing the SGAC instrument that went onto space station, not space station, NVSAT, but also if you work together with scientists like astrophysicists or astronomers, of course they have to deal with the facts of climate change, because if you cannot see through atmosphere because it's not possible anymore, then they cannot do their science. And this is why I think that we as a space industry, we learn from our partners and customers that are not the usual partners and customers for all the other industries, and therefore we can also contribute to our partners in the other industries to become more sensible for that. And last but not least, our colleagues, our engineers, I think on one hand is that they are in an average more younger than in many other industries. So yes, we are growing older too, but I think that space is still an attractive industry, so that we can really be a good employers for young people. And they are also struggling with climate change issues. And so I think that we as a space industry, we are very sensible for climate change and for fighting the climate change. Of course, we can do better. We can always do. But if we not only look on our instruments, but also how do we work, for whom and with whom do we work, I think that especially if we look into other industries, I hope that we are doing better than others, and that we can have a good basis to grow more into a better future.
Great, thank you. Yeah, no, look, we've talked, I think, at all the sessions the past couple of days, data access, data sharing, visualization of data, how do we communicate about the data, how do we make the data usable for the end user? So there's a lot of great discussion around here about actually how do we utilize this, all this ones and zeros that are coming from space, right? And make something concrete out of it that we can use. So, Julia, I'll come back to you, right? So you have all the hard questions. Well, you asked them yourself, so okay.
Practically.
All right. What are the next steps to allow the creation of an Intergenerational Policy Act on climate change? That's a big question.
That's a big question, and I think that we are not even ready for that, honestly.
No.
So we are ready in terms of space sector, because I think that it's very much aware as a sector itself. But that's why before I was pointing out on clarity. So a forum like that are super important, because we don't have, I mean, it has been extensively discussed before, we don't have so much opportunity, let's say, to bring on the table what we really would like to speak out. Because sometimes it's also for a work affiliation, sometimes it's for political concerns, sometimes it's for several different factors. So I really think that we are in the moment that we should train each other. So it's easy for us as a young generation to point the finger to the other generation and say, oh yes, you did it wrong, you weren't able to conduct this kind of life, the lifestyle were not, I mean, we are not even not living the same geopolitical condition. We are not living the same asset availability, resource availability. There are so many conditions that are changing from one year to another right now that it's impossible to make a statement on that, in my opinion. But we should really learn on what is happening, like yesterday and today. I'm coming from Italy, and right now it's among the nations that it's hit by climate disasters. Can we call it like that for good? Floods. And I mean, soil, it's practically telling us, I can't anymore, I was exploited in many different layers. But at the same time, the other generation was really able to put space at the service of that, because we have several large and smaller companies in Europe and all over the world that are working for climate disaster and emergency response, and also in a very good way. So I was also reading on LinkedIn, for instance, many Italians were asking, oh, but but we are investing in Copernicus. By the way, the amount is so very, very tiny with respect to the return. And why is not able to provide a response for an immediate response or an immediate data, an immediate information, and so on. There are not only technical barriers, but I think that it's also a matter of management barriers, because we have Copernicus allowed to establish a lot of platforms. One of that is for land use, the other one is for maritime use, there are several. So it's upon us to disseminate this kind of opportunity and let the other people understand, look, if you want, you can do from your personal laptop, because actually we did. So I think, back to the question, there are several challenges that we need to put on the table, but also try to find a common factor, more or less as we were doing with the report, because really, we really realized that the resolution, at the end of the day, it's always the same. So to engage people that are able to provide a different answer. And in our case, it's also easier, because we are surrounded by fantastic brains. And in terms of intergenerational discussion, that would lead to how can we disruptively approach the situation. So there are so many ways that we can bring forward the situation in a classical way. So we can create another forum, we can create, I don't know, another multi-stakeholder coalition that is talking about the same stuff all the time, but not because it's impossible to find a solution, but because we don't have time this time. So perhaps, obviously, to recreate the opportunity of discussion with forum like that, and also to provide a bit of passion through stories like the one that Dominique was telling us before, it's mandatory, in my opinion. But I think that we should act very fast. We should go through documents and policy act and say, okay, young generation and older generation, that was supposed to be happening within 2030. It will never. So let's put that aside, and let's restrict and be realistic. So in this respect, perhaps I don't know, a young generation task force, so a very, I would say, heterogenic one. I think it could be something, honestly. We're working on a volunteer
basis. How many members of SGAC right now? How many members do you have?
25,000. Yeah, all over the world.
And they all have parents? They all have grandparents?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if my kids come to me and say, hey, Dad, you sign a pact right now that says you're going to take concrete steps on climate change, right? That you're going to do the following things. Maybe it's a place to start. I don't know.
That could be. I mean, as you see, it's an incredible forum, and we have David there.
Maybe reach a couple 100,000 people that way, yeah, and start a trend. I don't know.
But I would like to underline volunteer basis. Yeah. So all these people are not paid, and they are providing so many ideas, but also organizing concrete stuff, from startup competition to events to hackathon to so many different things that really, I'm doing more or less the same for my job. And I can tell you that at the end of the day, the result is there. Either on a business model approach or
I'm waiting for my check from IAF. I'm a volunteer as well. It's a joke always with Christian. I say, really? It's a second job, yeah?
It's a second job.
It's a second job, yeah. So Joe, again, go back to the moon and Artemis a little bit. So, there's always a lot of jokes about Tang, Velcro, and right. What did space actually bring? When it's really like microprocessors and like, technologies that help in healthcare and all kinds of industries downstream, right? So are there things that we're looking at in the Artemis program in terms of technologies, things that are being developed that really are going to benefit life here on Earth and help us combat climate change?
Yeah, I think so. I thought about this before coming to this event, and I went and looked at the NASA science objectives for Artemis. And I think this actually, I want to tie this back to Anna's comments before about the communication gap, and also the great panel yesterday about communication, about how we're not clear communicating outside of our bubble, about how all of these efforts in space are connected, and they are connected. So if you look at those science goals for Artemis, spoiler alert, they're mostly about how do we help Earth, right? That's the reason we're going to the moon. So I pulled a couple of them. One of them is about understanding planetary processes that can affect climate. Like that is one of the goals of the Artemis program. And another is
Mars dry up, right?
Right, yeah. Revealing the record of the ancient sun in our astronomical environment. So it's really interesting how the lunar soil actually collects a historic record of the sun since the moon existed, and it's unperturbed. So you can go out there and like drill down or take some samples of the lunar soil, and you can use that data to make better predictions about space weather, more accurate climate models, and like predict what the sun did in the past, and use that to help predict how it's going to affect our climate in the future. So these are things that are driving the Artemis program. So I think that is important for us to make those connections and communicate to folks, within our own bubble even, how these are all connected. I think there's some other reasons why Artemis is important, and they're more personal. So, the investment in people here on Earth. So one of the other questions I hear is like, why are we sending all this money into space? Like that's an invalid question. So nobody spends money in space. The tens of billions of dollars every year that are being spent on the Artemis program are being spent right here. Right? They're employing people, they're developing technologies, they're training people, they're developing, generating demand for STEM careers. So in my previous role, before starting Crescent, I led an organization, and part of that team was developing next generation climate satellites. So folks who are working on Artemis today could be working on a climate program tomorrow. Like that's part of the solution for climate. And then finally, and maybe most important, Artemis is inspiring a generation of humans here on Earth to tackle big challenges and to do big things. And again, that's a common theme that we heard here this week about climate. It's a big challenge. We have to rise to that challenge. And I think the Artemis program can prove to ourselves, to humanity, that we can tackle those challenges instead of hearing things like it's too hard or why bother trying. I think Artemis can really help us pull together.
Great stuff, yeah. We're definitely advancing this state of technology for sure. Satish, any technologies you see on the horizon? What can we do? What can space bring to the table here?
What can space bring to the table now? I think with regards to the main issue or concern with the next generation or the younger generation is always about how there's a lack of political will, huge lack of political will within politicians and policymakers in terms of like trying to tackle climate action. And I think, and also I'm studying biology of extreme environments and focusing on astrobiology, and like we astrobiologists, we are pretty much obsessed with extremophiles, life at extremes, and also analog missions. And I think this has made me a bit easier to establish the case.
What was the last minute? Say that again. What kind of mission?
Analog missions.
Oh, analog missions.
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks to the previous session, I think Sabah has also pretty much talked about analog missions. But I think as a space sector, in terms of like giving a push in the right direction for politicians or policymakers, then we can probably leverage on the whole analog mission idea. So I'm not sure how wacky or extreme or exciting this idea could be, but analog missions for policymakers and politicians would be a good idea, I think so, to foster a deeper understanding and sense of urgency among politicians. Because, for analog missions, for those who are not familiar, it involves sending individuals, and this is a different one compared to what was mentioned in the previous session, because most of the analog missions here, for those of us who know, would be to send individuals to live and work in simulated environments that to a certain extent mimic the challenging conditions of space, or even other extreme locations on Earth, such as deserts, polar regions, or isolated habitats. And I think the idea here is to evoke that sort of transformative experience that would influence the decision-making process and actions at the end of the day. And I think analog missions have potential to expose these politicians and policymakers to the realities of living environments where resources are limited and life is harsh, and ultimately hope to give them this realization that how interconnected everything is. Because when it comes to environmental agenda or economic needs, it's always almost certain that the economic needs kind of supersede most of the time. So, and probably the lack of will there would probably be addressed by having this sort of analog missions where they can go and experience this, and the sort of first-hand experience would probably have a profound impact on their psyche, which was also mentioned previously on how the overview effect would make them sort of bring this appreciation towards Earth, towards our pale blue dot. And I think if the politicians don't have the will or are lacking, this maybe could be one direction to push them forward.
Okay. Yeah. Dominique, young people often feel they're not being listened to. Yeah?
Yeah.
Not surprising, I guess, huh? We don't listen to the youth, right? We don't listen to the youth. I don't know why, but we don't. what can we do? What do you think we can do about that? How do we make their voices heard by the politicians, by the governments? You were in this position for years, yeah?
Yeah, I think you must understand what's happened with the politicians, and I try to explain. So I think the good question is why there is no politicians at this so important and relevant event dedicated to them. And I know that Christian takes so much time to try to invite them. I will try to answer the question. So about space, about politicians and climate. Well, you can be sure that the politicians become aware about climate change with around 12 billion euro damage per year in Europe. So they begin aware. But they are not interested by space. Most of them are not interested by space. Why? For me, 4 reasons. 4 reasons. The first one is the life of a politician is really hectic. We are working a lot, very late in the evening. We are working also the weekend because we have to meet our electors. So we are ringing all the time, and we solve solutions after solutions, and we have no time to be prospective. That's the big danger of politicians. We have not the time to be prospective. Second, space is too technical, too complicated. Space is not understandable for politicians. So they said, it's not for me, it's for engineers and technicians, not for me. Third, politicians are all the time under pressure. Pressure from the lobbies. And the biggest one is the economic lobbies. And just this afternoon, I was looking on my phone that my prime minister in Belgium and Macron, the president of France, they demand a push on the button on the climate, on the EU climate legislation. They said it's too much. Please don't ask more. Don't ask restoring biodiversity. Don't ask us to reduce ozone. We have enough with the CO2 emission targets. So they are really on the pressure of the on the economic sectors, on association, on all stakeholders, about opposition in the parliament. So they are under pressure all the time. And so they take the decision they take. Most of the decisions are compromised. And with the compromise, you have the impression that the decision-making process remains unfactory. So what to do? How to react? The first thing, make space understandable, please. Make space understandable. When you have a contact with the politicians, well, be short, be concise. They have no time. But the most important things, make politics, please. We need scientists who make politics. That is very important. And from our part, from IAF, we are working very hard to convince politicians about space, about the benefits of space. We redesigned the MMOP meeting, so the Minister and Member of Parliament meeting. And so we asked the ministers to explain shortly the space strategy of their country, and to the parliamentarians to explain relevant space solutions in the regions. It means that we are exchanges, good practices, information, and this is very important. We speak the same languages, We understand it. We are not afraid to ask a question. When you have a politician in such an assembly, he will never ask a question, because he feels it's not his domain. It will be ridiculous. So we are together, and our goal is to make space understandable, accessible, and without any techniques. And our motto, our motto is very important. It's what is possible in your country might be possible in mine too. So we invite the politicians all over the world to come and just to listen, because you have countries who are not aware about space. So please, politicians, the parliamentarians, come here, and maybe you will find solution for your country that you ignore. So we want to make with this MMOP meeting the place to be for all politicians in the world.
Okay, thank you.
Talks.
We only got 5 minutes left, so beg my pardon. I'm going to go to a couple of the questions from Slido. You guys have the first opportunity. All right? So you're on the hot seat now. Okay. So question about decarbonizing. You know, we've talked about decarbonizing in a lot of the sessions. How do we decarbonize? How do we decarbonize the space sector? Any thoughts on that? Is there any opinion on how do we do that? Look, rockets, I come from the rocket side of the business where it's hydrocarbons, right? You're burning RP1 or methane going up for the rocket, but other ways we could help to decarbonize our space sector in terms of how we build, how we launch, how we do operations.
Of course, we are trying to, since we are ASCO, we are a stock listed company, we have to focus on our ESG criteria, and therefore we are always looking for decarbonization and trying to find solutions that we are not heating have too much heating for the clean rooms and stuff like this. But this is also, again, all the things that we have to do as a company in a normal industry. I think that especially launches are a little bit a critical step towards decarbonization. But I think that space industry is always working on a very high level on inventing new technologies, and therefore I'm pretty sure we will find a way out of that problem too, hopefully. Keeping my fingers crossed.
Yeah, the good news is I think some rockets are powered by liquid hydrogen, liquid oxygen, which you can actually produce through green energy, yes, if you have wind and solar. And then the product is water. Huh? In fact, they're quite clean, but it's not all rockets, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Do you have a thought, Anna? No?
Just a small note, because if we think about launching satellites and then what happens to them, at the end of life, we can also think, on our impact on the overall orbital environmental, if we want to go through that route. So thinking about our options in terms of end of life and how it affects our design of spacecraft. I'm not a specialist, but this is also something we can look at.
Sure, when we talk about sustainability in space too, being able to bring those satellites down and,
absolutely.
And keep
so
a cleaner commons for operations.
Yeah.
I have an O'Neillian question here. You guys know who Gerard O'Neill is? Are you guys familiar with him? I worked for Jeff Bezos, and he's a big O'Neill fan. Yeah, so he was basically positing that we're planetary chauvinists in a way. We shouldn't think necessarily about going to Mars and Venus and all these other planets. That we might actually create an economy, right, in orbits with artificial space stations, but also the idea that you have unlimited resources in space, right? You can go and you can harvest minerals from asteroids that you can actually use 24/7 solar power in space. What do you guys think about that future? Is it too far away? Is it something for the next generation to consider? Should we be striving for that? What do you think? Anyone?
Because you're looking at me, and
I'm looking at the next generation.
In here. Yeah. But there's a topic that it's really close to my heart, and it's to find a business model for in-orbit servicing. So if we're talking about sustainability, it's okay to monitor, and there are already, like privateers, there are several companies already looking at the situation and how crowded is low Earth orbit. So that implies also, obviously, the future be launched private space station and so on and so forth. But if we are talking about circular economy or degrowth economy here on Earth, we should apply that also in space. So a spacecraft that adjusts, maintain, or surveil, I don't know, depending on the need. Another spacecraft, it's something that should be really carried out forward. But the main problem for what I saw at least 2-3 years ago was that there's no business model. So if there's no economic viability, apart from technical feasibility, in this case we're stuck.
Yeah.
So,
Any other thoughts? We need to live and work in space, right?
I think I think there's benefit to developing new economies and new business models, right? I mean, I think it's worth trying because just by increasing economic activity on Earth and in space is going to have positive benefits. And I think not all those technologies might help with the climate crisis, but some of them might. So let's try.
Okay. Okay. Are we ready to sacrifice convenience to save our planet from global warming when convenience is everything humanity keeps making as a priority, huh? We prioritize convenience in our lives and what we do. Are we ready to sacrifice? By the way, has anybody noticed here when you got to Norway that almost all of the cars are electric?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. I was asking the minister yesterday, and he said, yeah, like 9 out of 10 cars now are electric that they're buying here in Norway. And they had some incentives, but the incentives are now gone away, and they're still buying electric vehicles here. And I've seen the future, and it's a very quiet future when you're outside. It's very quiet. There's not a lot of cars. But the electric car is fairly convenient now. I mean, we get a better battery range. They're very efficient. We have some autonomous driving features. It doesn't seem like it's too bad to prioritize electric vehicle over a gas-burning vehicle. What do you think? Are we ready to sacrifice? Dominique, are you ready to give up your car for an electric vehicle?
I have already a car with a gas. It's a mixed gas and
hybrid.
Yeah, it's an hybrid one. But I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
Why not to launch a work group with the Space Generation Advisory Council and IAF to launch a work plan, a strong work plan. I think today there are so many voices speaking about space, and it's a message. It's a little bit confusing, huh? And so maybe to have a strong message from the future workforce and the experienced people, it can be a strong message from outside, and I think we need that.
Excellent. Well, I see we're 43 seconds over time. I want to thank you guys all. I think we're now getting ready for the evening events, so thank you guys all for joining. Thank you for the discussion. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thanks, Kay, and thanks to all the speakers. May I ask you also for a group picture on that side? But we would not like to close this afternoon without having a conclusion done by our IAF Vice President, Davide Petrillo. Davide, please summarize and conclude this session, please.
Thank you. Yes, I'm going to be straight to the point. I see that, I'm going to do it really, really quickly, and that's also my way of being, trying to provide a conclusion and a summary of this session that has been really dynamic, lots of thoughts, and honestly something that I learned as well from my previous experience, when I was leading SGAC. I would say that from my personal perspective, the real summary that I noticed here is really the following. And I'm going to play the same game as Tanya did before. So who considers people as junior at the moment? So junior. There you go. Perfect. So with the junior people, this is my advice. And this is something that I heard as well from you all while doing the 2 panels. From my point of view, really, don't be shy. Like, try to do the best as possible to raise your voice and making sure that you really believe in what you're believing, being respectful at the same time, but at the same time showing that our voice matters. I consider as well myself as junior. So our voice matters, and we need to be listened to the senior people. So to the other senior people, this is also the other advice that I would like to share, like make room and make sure that you can listen to the young people. Because that's really something that is important, because the decision that you're taking today, at the end, are going to be faced by us in the future. So that's the summary. I believe it came out from these two panels, this session. I want to say thank you to the IAF and to SGAC to make this happen, because this has been really a wonderful environment that I would love to see as well in future editions. And talking about future editions, there will be future editions in which we will involve the next generation at the next IAC 2023 in Baku. So there will be lots of opportunities over there for the next generation, and not only, also dynamics and environments like this one. So please don't forget to join us in Baku in Azerbaijan in 2023. Registration are open. Thank you so much. I don't know, Christian, if you have any closing logistics remarks.
Yeah, before coming to the logistics remarks, a big thanks to you and a round of applause again for Davide.
Thank you.
The work Davide has been doing within SGAC, but also within the IAF, is just remarkable. So thank you very much for this. This brings us to the end of the second day of GLOC, and it just remains to remind you that you should all not miss the welcome reception or the evening reception this evening in the beautiful town hall. Please be there not later than 7, so it's a bit pressed, but it's not far from here. And other than that, we would look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning again at 9 o'clock to kick off the third day. Thank you.